Okay. Going to refresh. There we go. Okay, glad to have 4 of you back. Hello, oh dear. Multitasking, oh dear. Super tech whiz, oh dear. Okay. I was hopeful that, oh, no, lost somebody. Was hopeful that we'd have a few more, but hopefully people will watch on the replay because I found this quite interesting. Okay, so what I'm going to read is Ruth Jane's interview. I'll link both of them here. Give me one moment. Maybe a couple people more will pile in, which would be nice. Okay, that's one. All right. And just let me link this second one here. So that's the RCMP interview, and I don't even have a name for what this other one is, so we just won't give it a name for now. Something to do with MCC, but it's a very unique piece of writing, shall we say. Molly Denver. Wacko, Jacko, Nikki, Sad. Blue Nose, Chris Lee. Okay, so Ruth Janes is the Macaulay family representative. Macaulay, Jenny Kierstead. Violent images on TV. So we'll read through her RCMP interview with Corporal Ken Parsons on the April 28th and the MCC thing. Again, not sure quite what to call that. April 28th, 2020. Ken Parsons, Corporal Ken Parsons, and Ken Kershaw. My apologies. It's both of them. Okay. Corporal Kershaw. Coffee in order. So it's Constable Ben Kershaw. Time right now is 3 p.m. April 28th of April, 2020. I'm here with Corporal Ken Parsons. On the phone with us is Ruth Janes. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And Ruth, like I explained to you before I turned on the recorder, okay, well, we're investigating the shooting incidents of last Sunday. And I understand you were a friend of Lisa Macaulay's. And yes, I am wondering if you could start at the beginning, take your time, and everything you say is important. Hello, Crystal. Oh, jeepers. To do a timeline is going back in a big flash, but I just want to say that I met Lisa working with her at elementary. Okay, so it looks like they worked together, and our relationship evolved into I also did her hair as a hairstylist. I did work different jobs, but Lisa and I got to really know each other, and we just instantly connected. Our personalities were quite similar. We just both had, she was just attractive, had a great zest for life. Lisa would love to have found the love of her life. And I remember meeting her, and she was divorced, had 2 kids, redacted, and they were the light of her life. So moving forward in that, Lisa and I would, moving forward in that, Lisa and I would run into each other on and off, possibly doing her hair here and there. I really connected with Lisa last summer, and my 4.5 lines of personal information. I suspect down the line, this is going to turn into a nightmare for the MCC and DOJ to justify legally the redactions that they're making. There's only a certain amount of things that qualify as personal information, and some of them that we have seen thus far, and some that have come to pass that they have unredacted through this process, does not qualify as personal information. Moving along, but I'm going to be happy to see people twisting their justifications on this one. Leon, I had met Leon years ago when Trevor and I first met. My husband Trevor and I met down the road at our neighbors and met Leon. He popped in and out, and we definitely had some drinks there on and off over the years. I've met Leon there. Trevor got to know Leon a little bit better, but Lisa was very interested in the lots of things in life, but one of the things that drew us together is Leon. Personal information, 1.5 lines. The previous one was 4.5 lines of redaction. So she was concerned about him, and we got in touch on and off over those months that they were together. I think it was 5 or 6 months they were together. Getting in touch, meaning just Lisa and I were talking. We didn't hang out with Leon or Lisa at all during those times, but I heard of many times that they were together and what they were doing and fishing and whatnot. Lisa and I continued our relationship. She decided when they split up in August, personal information. Guess over the years, when I went out to visit her, we walked down to the beach, and Gabriel had gone by and stopped to talk to us on a couple of times. Lisa told me that when she first moved out there, and I knew of the house that she was moving into, Trevor and I had looked at it years and years before. When she had told me that she had bought on Portapique Road, I said, "The red house?" And she said, "Yeah." Okay, sorry, and I just want to make sure that that's very clear. I'm just reading what's here verbatim. Nothing more, nothing less, not my words elsewhere. Did I link them all? I hope. Sorry. Oh, I only linked one. 8917. Okay, yeah, so I linked this one. We'll do that one for now. But she had never mentioned that she bought the house from Gabriel. But I met Gabriel many times with her. And she just said, he's got way too many problems for me to deal with. And she just kind of mentioned those things to me. And that he had all kinds of money. He was from Halifax. And there was a girlfriend. And she'd come and she'd go in his life. She'd come and she'd go in his life. Sounds kind of on again, off again. But there were other girlfriends, and she mentioned an ex-wife, Karina Kincaid Lowe. Interesting business stuff there. And she said he was way too complicated to get involved with. But I do believe they had a brief little fling. But she said it was good to know that they weren't meant to be together, but they were friends. And he would get the motorbikes and the dirt bikes out for Lisa McCully's children, children. And that kind of neighbor that would be, there if you needed them. And he worked in Halifax. So another time that I was out there, or another time I was out, Lisa said he was coming by too. And we were all chatting on the deck for a few minutes. And then he went by. And she always said, he's just odd. But I often said, is he single? Or is there somebody there? And she said, no, there's nobody there, but he has girlfriends. So that's all I knew about that. She had spoken of Lisa and she's spoken of a Lisa that he dated and that she didn't think she liked her very much. Okay, so the confusion between the Lisas is once again very apparent, and funnily enough, I find officers never clarifying this stuff very difficult, but whatever. Okay. But it was just because they were different people, I think, is kind of the way that Lisa talked about it. She didn't fixate on anything like that. Moving on, her and Lisa break up. Her and Leon break up. Lisa McCully, I presume. Lisa blank. We reconnect well. She gets very, very upset many times throughout the year that she is worried because the neighbors are all fighting and they all have guns. And she centers herself and really focuses on raising her kids. She's really busy with her son's hockey. She's doing stuff. And then in the meantime, her and Leon are broken up, and he is still walking by and still coming by, and she's struggling dealing with it. Coming to terms and feels that he has a lot of issues. She talked to me about many issues that he had over the years. And I spoke to her basically the blank and moving forward and living in a delusional world. And positive things about having to raise yourself up and move forward in your life. And Lisa believed in that. She also believed in that. She loved the beach and she loved having her kids around, and she felt She was going to make it her safe place, but she had mentioned, oh, jeepers, probably 5 times to others that I know of, that she wanted out of there. She was going to have to come to terms that her dream of her home didn't become what it was going to become. She was still mourning Jonathan, her brother, who she pictured bringing the kids out and having family gatherings at her house often. And that's why she bought the house out in Portapique. And that didn't happen. So she was still mourning her brother, and her father had fallen sick. She had left her job, went to care for her dad for a bit. When she came back to caring for her dad, I do believe is when when her and Leon split up. She was very upset about the way they both split up, how the way they split up. She went over to see him one day and he verbally attacked her out in the yard with somebody else at Leon's property. And she just started yelling, at Leon's property, and just started yelling and screaming at Lisa, which was not at all her character. For anything, she was in disbelief and hurt really bad and believed that he was the one that she was supposed to be with. She had never had a relationship as intimate and wonderful as she did with Leon. She accepted him for all his faults. She loved him for who he was. I was kind of intrigued that they had met each other and had been together, and thought maybe if it worked out that he was the one for her, because they loved to do so many outdoor things together. She sent him love every day as he walked by her house. Up until that Saturday, he was going back and forth in front of her house almost daily. I do know in the wintertime she found footprints around her property. May have been in my text messages if I go back. And she was set on just sending him. I'm going to start locking my doors and shutting my window blinds. And she assumed that they were Leon's footprints, and she assumed that she saw them go off to his property. So she felt that maybe he was trying to find a way back to get back to her. Before COVID, she had spoken to a gentleman Leon had given her. She just couldn't get through that Leon was spreading bad news about her in the neighborhood and that she was crazy. And she said he did that over his last girlfriend. I'm not. And she was trying to come to terms with it because she felt he was such a good person that she didn't deserve to be talked about like that. And she didn't want her kids to grow up in that. And the term of coming to move was going to happen. I think she was hoping Leon would move before she did. But she knew that there were guns in the neighborhood, and she was upset about that. She mentioned it numerous times, and then that, like I said previously, centered herself to make it her haven, because she knew in COVID she couldn't just go and buy a house and move. And she had recently just redid her mortgage around the 1st of April. So she knew she had to sign on there for a few more years, but what would happen would happen. That weekend, we talked Friday night, and she got a bunch off her chest. But she ended up crying over what was happening, and she was going to send love and light to Leon. And she knew the next day, she said, he's cutting trees down next door. She couldn't believe it. She was building a labyrinth with the kids, and the neighbors were partying, she said, and they were going back and forth. Jamie and Greg at the in-laws, she said, I can't believe that they're doing it all the time, and here I am in COVID. There's 8 people over there having a barbecue right now. She was devastated by that. She put her headset in, and she was walking the labyrinth over and over and taking the kids in to do some kind of project together. And she was just going to try and stay centered and be in her haven and try to look after her kids as best as she can. But she felt really compromised, where everybody was next door getting together, because she could hear their voices, their vehicles going back and forth. And this happened often. And she said, the 2 years that I lived out there, and Leon was there before we really met and got together. She said, he never walked by here once. Now he walks by here every day with his dogs. And she felt very upset and very upset and sad about that. Like, she wanted her peace and she didn't want to have to run into him, I guess, as most of us would feel after we break up in a relationship and still care about a person. She told me that how we say with Bjorn. I could never pronounce his name right. Bjorn. She was talking to him recently, and she mentioned him often too. They had chit chat. He was Leon's best friend all year, and they spent a lot of time together, and they were going to start personal information. And that they had broken up their friendship over something about Bjorn finished Leon's basement and didn't pay, something to do with the 2.5 lines of personal information. She was really concerned. She felt that everybody was getting chaotic because she was talking to Bjorn, and Bjorn said, stay away from Leon. He hates you. He hates you to the core, and stay away from him, because anytime Lisa would meet up with him in the past few months, he'd just start yelling at her. And she said it was horrible. He was spitting, yelling, telling me off, making up stories. It was horrific. And she was just get away from him as fast as she could. I'm going to go back probably before COVID. So I'm trying to think. It's been a month or more. So it would have been about 2 months ago. We had a conversation, and she said she was talking to Gabriel, and he came over and he said he and Leon weren't on good terms. Basically, to stay away from him, that he's crazy and that he's nuts, gonna go crazy. I think he used the word, he's gonna go AWOL on one of these days. Just stay here, stay with your kids, don't go near him. And that was leading up to some more conversation, not feeling safe and knowing that they were all fighting around her. I know she had a decent relationship with Jamie and Greg, that they just chit-chat. It wasn't huge close. I know that she knew Bjorn's wife, and Bjorn and they are decent, she'd come to personal information right after going to Winners one night, and she showed me the baby snowsuit that she had bought for Bjorn's baby, that they were having they just had a child. So that would be around Christmas, I do believe. Um, I have most of the stuff on my phone. I don't know what else to say. I find it so strongly odd that Gabriel came over and at Bjorn, they both said the same thing. I think that's what really struck Lisa, and that she said she just feels that she needs to move and was unsafe. She knew they all had guns. But she never mentioned anything about like a police car that Gabriel had or anything. She just knew that they all had guns and that there were drugs involved. She knew that they were doing drugs and drinking, and she would join in and be with them, and she just felt really unsafe. Yeah, I talked to her Friday night, and then Saturday. We usually spoke every morning and gave, love and light and spiritual things about connecting and doing well and fun stuff to do with our kids during the day, or we reconnect on decent level. It wasn't really gossip around the neighborhood. This feels like a gossip conversation about the neighborhood. It was more like her trying to move on and get unstuck in her mind and let go of what she was, the dream of what she wanted to have with Leon, because he was walking by all the time, and said recently her son was outside crying, and Leon didn't even stop to say anything to him, and he had his dogs, and her son just looked up at him, and it broke her heart just to feel so disconnected now and indecent. And when they were walking the road, they'd have to she'd run and literally hide in the woods so he wouldn't see her. She'd wave him, and he didn't even wave back. And it's just heartbreaking. I had a conversation with her we talked on the phone about what was going on next door, and she said, "Call me." So we were chatting, and I said, Lisa, if they're breaking the code, you can call the police. She didn't want to intrude in that. I'm not sure if she did or didn't, but that's what I know. I also know that she had journals in her bedside table that she hadn't seen in a long time. And I told her family about them because they were quite private. And just over COVID thing, she said, I got those journals out. Oh my gosh, I've ran into when I was doing something in her room, and she said I hadn't looked at them in years. And she knew that Leon had gone in her place and went through them and accused her of certain things in the relationship. And she thinks that was part of why it led them to breaking up. And we spoke about how delusional some of the stuff was to him to think, and how she can just move on and let go of what she kept talking about, and she needed to move on and open her life up for somebody else to come into and be a positive person in her life and her partner. I think that might be what I know. Okay. I don't I don't know what else to say. We talked a lot about Leon. We talked a lot about letting him go. We talked a lot about, in our mind, freeing him. 2.5 lines of personal information. Sorry, basically 3 lines of personal information. We talked about the lies he made up about her, how they weren't true, and it didn't matter. It would pass with time. I had run into Leon around Christmas time down at I think it was before Christmas, by a total fluke. So I had met Lisa, all knew all this. Leon knew I knew Lisa, but didn't know I was continuing talking to Lisa. And I felt really unjust after I saw him. And by total weirdness, we walked into Cabela's at the same time. I turned sideways and he was right there. And I was like, whoa. He's like, Ruth, how are you? And he seemed to be under the influence of something. And I had my son and his friend with me, and we went in, and he just asked me, "Did you know Lisa McCulley?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know Lisa McCulley." I didn't let on that I knew her, and I just let him vent, and he just went on this horrific rant, and how he had a bunch of redacted, and I was just mortified. But, when I shared that with Lisa, and she still, at Christmas time, was having a hard time parting with the man she knew. He was a totally different man that she had in her life for those 5.5 months, 6 months when they were together. She didn't even believe that he was that kind of person. And she did start to believe it. She had a hard time taking that in. But I did share with her, yeah, I did share that with her. I guess the Cabela run. We spoke daily, and she was a dear, dear friend to me. And I'm like in a day, like I still don't feel like this is real, I guess. Yeah, I think I'm done. Well, I don't know if that helps you any. No, it does. And she did send me a video that morning of how peaceful and beautiful it was Saturday. And she stood out in front of her house, and the video goes across by the Blairs and down around, and she shows her car parked down when you look at her house to the far left. Okay, so there's no record that I'm aware of, just to intercede, of a video that was made on her phone that Saturday. Might be curious to see. And I just think, God, it was so close, like to the time that we lost her. And I just looking forward to hearing how things played out, because it's close to my heart and it happened so fast. I text her in the morning and didn't hear back. And then I tried to get in touch with the kids. She had spoken to me about if something did happen to her in the past few months in COVID, and before that the kids were we talked about having a will, and then what would happen to her kids. And she said that she wanted them to go with Gail. And if Gail If not Gail, she said I was on her list to take the children. So I think that's Gail McFarland, I believe. Mouth sounds. And just blows my mind the way it all happened. She felt the universe was bringing her something great and phenomenal, and she was healing herself, and this happened. Yeah, I think I'm done. I said that 3 or 4 times now, and things keep coming into my mind. That's okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing all that with us. Everything that you have to say is, yeah, important. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to take you back a little bit. You mentioned that she talked about Gabriel's problems. It's an interesting first question to ask, but okay. Hyper focused. Yes. And I'm wondering if you can just maybe elaborate a little bit on that. We didn't get into depth on Gabriel. Like I said, we didn't have my guess, even about Leon. We didn't go into depth about it. One more. Sorry. My guess, Leon. About Leon, we didn't get into too much depth about it, but she did say he had way too many problems for her to date. She said he was just not. What did she say? I have to think here. He wasn't a good role model for her kids, and he had a lot of problems. And she knew he had girlfriends, and that they fought a lot. I do believe she said there was there was a lot of fighting. Actually, just sparked something else. Thank you. So we're chatting the other day on the phone, and she just let out a little bit of a giggle. She'll go out on our front deck and we'll talk about the kids are inside. She said there she goes again. And I said, who? And she said, Gabriel's girlfriend. She's all moved in. I said, she is? And she said, yes. She's been moved in for for a couple of weeks. And she said she goes and walks by all the time, and she puts her earbuds in and talks on the phone. And she said, I can hear her. She's all dressed up like downtown Halifax. And me and my rubber boots on. And she said she's talking to her friend about and saying how much she hates it out here. Or hates it out there. My apologies. How the dogs are running out at her and it's dirty and she's on a dirt road. And she said, I can hear the whole conversation when she walks by. And she said, I'm just sending her love and light because I'm in my heaven and I love it out here. Like, she just loved it out there. And she felt very kind of imposed, I guess. Like, it's just that's all I know. Like, and I'm just like, oh, okay. And she just wondered how long that would last. And she'd be living out there. But I assumed it was probably the same person she talked about before, his girlfriend. but I don't know if it was the same girlfriend or a different girlfriend. Okay. Anyway, had you been out to, yeah, Portapic? Oh gosh, yes. Yeah. That's where I met Gabriel on the road. Okay. I'd gone down to the beach and taken my golden retriever out many times with Lisa. And we go just down and sit and talk on the beach. Yeah. Had you made any observations about Gabriel or his property or any vehicles? I had seen a truck. He had a silver truck at one point, I do believe. Or maybe might have been silver or navy. I saw him in a truck both times, but I'd never seen any other vehicles. I was blown away to hear that he had those. The kids may have known, but I didn't mention anything to the kids, and I won't. Chuckles. Not too sure about the chuckles, but anyway. Did Lisa ever talk about the workshop or Gabriel's big workshop? Yes, she did. They'd go over and drink many times over there. Her and Bjorn and Leon, all of them would get together over there and drink at his workshop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, not so much recently, but in the past, they would all get together and drink over there. Yeah. Okay. So you said a couple of times that blank. Redacted. Reply is redacted. Okay. And Lisa redacted. Okay. Up at the Douglas Street Rec Center, she always wanted to make sure that she went in and kind of hid very carefully. And went in because there was some people and kids doing taekwondo at the same time. Hid, H-I-D. Okay. And she didn't want any of her students to know. And she kept it from her children as well. She kept it quite private. She didn't want them to suffer any more trauma. Uh-huh. You mentioned she would say that often. Yeah. You mentioned that the neighbors were fighting and that Lisa knew there were guns. Yep. Is there any more information that she shared with you? I do believe she said there were guns in the workshop and Leon had guns in the house, in the basement. There were guns. She stayed at Leon's many times. There were guns and Leon was licensed, but she said it still bothered her that they had guns. Any specific information or just that there were guns? No, I think she just figured that they were hunters and that they knew like licensed people with guns. That was kind of the way it went. So she's talking about Leon and Wortman, it sounds like, and she's saying people licensed people. But maybe she's including other people. I don't know. Because only supposedly Bjorn is licensed. Or, yeah, we know that Bjorn is licensed. So interesting that she says licensed people. Okay. It just blows my mind. I'm sorry. You mentioned that somebody was walking by her house, and I think you said it was Leon. Is that right? Yeah, Leon walked by her house almost every day, 2 or 3 times. And that she saw some footprints at one point. Yeah, in the wintertime. When the snow would fall, she'd see footprints out her house. She'd say he was just there. And then she'd see, if she went out to her car to leave, he would walk by early in the morning out front or near her house. And she said he was just by because the dog's footprints were there. The ones around back her house she saw in the middle of the winter time, there was no dog footprints. I kind of find that eerie now that when I've been remembering that. Okay, can you tell me about that? Well, now I just wonder if it could have been somebody else. She thought maybe it was Leon for sure. And she said the footprints would kind of go off into the woods. What time of year was that? We had snow, so December, January, probably February, March. Thinking January, February. Okay. What did she tell you about the foot? I can't. What else did she tell you about the footprints? She said that there was footprints around the house, and I said, you can come in and stay here. It sounds too eerie. She said, no, I feel okay. I feel safe. Bjorn is there for me and the kids if I need them. And I know that Gabriel's there if I need him across the street. This echoes other interviews I've read, by the way. I know Gabriel's across the street if I need him. Okay. So is it fair to say she was more worried about Leon than anybody else up there? Oh, extremely. When I first heard and I talked to Mallory Colpitts, that would be Colpitts, that lived down the road, I said it was Leon. And when I talked to Lisa's mother the next morning, she said it was Leon. And I said, no. We, truly Leon's character is kind of, there is a kind man there. I don't know if that would ever lead to that. I don't know. But at least it did. I thought it was him. Remember Mallory Colpitts, equally, her interview echoed the same thing. So, well, not the same thing. Sorry, I'll clarify that. She thought Leon was more involved than, I have to be careful. I want to quote her directly, so I should be very careful. But that was what the implication was, that more involved than what was being said. Okay, you mentioned at some point that Lisa was walking the labyrinth. What does that mean? She was trying to meditate and block out all the negative energy around her, because she heard that, I don't know if she said excavator. I can go back in my messages. She could hear them next door. They were cutting trees down. It sounded like it would set somebody, it was setting her off. They were cutting trees down around the woods. And I think a few days or the day before, she could hear Leon cutting trees down Friday in the woods at a different spot. She could hear his tractor start. She could hear people in his yard having like you could hear everything in the neighborhood if it was quiet. She could hear Leon talking. She could hear him starting his tractor from her house. And then where it was going. And then she could hear the chainsaws going and him cutting down wood. And it just reminded me of something else. She said that Jamie bought wood from Leon. And I do believe she said also that Gabriel bought wood from Leon. And Leon went and sold the wood to somebody else. And they had already paid him. and it was starting a big feud in the neighborhood. This was a while ago, so I don't, and that's all she told me, that they were all buying wood, and he was losing his friendships. Everybody in the neighborhood was not wanting him around, and it was causing not great things to happen. I'll just throw this in here. Again, it's not saying anything about anybody. I'm just reading or reciting facts that I know. I do know that there was a large amount of wood, apparently. I don't know, so I don't know, but fairly good authority, that a large amount of wood was taken from the tucks. That caused a bit of an issue. Don't know if that plays into anything. Not sure. I think maybe Leon might have even spoken about it in the interview. I'm not sure. Okay. Because he helped him cut some more wood or something. Or light the saw. You mentioned that someone bought some things in a uniform. I mentioned that someone, pardon? Blank. Oh, Leon. Now, obviously, this was not mentioned. Bought some things in a uniform. Hasn't come up yet in the interview. So it's obviously something that's in the redacted portion. Oh, Leon. Could you... Redacted. Oh, Leon. She said... She had mentioned that she found out that Leon had gone to, I do believe it's the liquor store, gone in, redacted, in his full work uniform, and he was reported. Redacted. And where does Leon work? Department of Natural Resource or of Forestry. Okay, I do believe. It is, yeah. Yeah. Any other than marijuana, did you hear of any other drug use? Okay, so again, this is something that the word marijuana hasn't been mentioned. Drugs were mentioned, but not specifically marijuana. So obviously that's somewhere else. Possibly redacted or spoken about in off the recorder. Yeah, there was other drug use. I'm good with my drugs, unfortunately. So there's marijuana and hash. Is it hash? I don't know what it's called. Hash, I know it was like the next step. Blank. Redacted. Personal information. We're going to go into... They were going to go into... I don't know. I'm not good with my drugs. Sorry. That's okay. I'm assuming hash would be... I'm saying that to be the next level to try. That's worse. Does that make sense? Yes. It's worse, whatever it was that they could get from whatever they were growing. They were making it. Remember, Aaron found a bunch of weed on the road. And he was like, oh, that's, look at what just happened here. Oops, sorry. Next step in marijuana use. Or the next process. Yeah, I know that they have been about her past sorry. Well, obviously that's what she's referring to, the next step. Yeah, other than marijuana, did you hear of any other drug use? Yeah, there was other drug use. I'm not good with my drugs. Sorry. I clicked on something. It's worse. Whatever it was that they could get from whatever they were growing, they were making it. Okay. And just a couple more questions. The journals by the bedside table, what can you tell me about those? Yeah, I know that they have something about her past relationships and how much she loves certain men. And I don't mean she wrote about Leon in there. I don't believe she wrote about Leon in there. But Leon was making accusations against her, still loving somebody else. Somebody, still loving somebody. I need to be very careful with what I'm reading because I want to read it verbatim. Leon was making accusations against her still loving somebody. And I do believe that information is in those journals, and Leon read them, and she didn't know he read them. But where he was accusing her, and then she went back, she said she knows that he did read them now. She felt very violated and very hurt. And this is after yes, actually, Bjorn said it. He had a relationship with Leon to have bonfires and sit around and drink. Redacted. Oh, what you drink that was redacted, but anyway. And that he admitted that he had looked at her journals and to Bjorn, and she was mortified because Bjorn confirmed to Lisa in a conversation. Okay. You also mentioned that Leon had made up some lies about Lisa. Yeah, she did. She has a friend, Miriam. Okay, so that's Miriam, who is RCMP Miriam. With the bed and breakfast over in Portapic Crescent. She had accused Miriam was to do something. I don't specifically know what that was, but I knew of Miriam. I'd never met Miriam. I just found out recently what she did for work. I don't even know that. I just know that she had the Airbnb. Lisa and I talked. She'd go down to Miriam's and mow the lawn or clean and then come back with the kids. And it was a safe haven for them to get away to during this COVID. But that Leon had made rumors up that Miriam was something. It would be really out of character for Lisa, and it was really heartbreaking for her. And she actually approached Miriam and asked her about it. And she said, no, that didn't happen. And she felt so much more relieved. But she had also made up other rumors. Now it says, but she had also made up other rumors. He had made up other rumors, so she's correcting herself, made up other rumors about Lisa within that group of neighbors. And Lisa was just mortified. She's just a beautiful person, and she didn't understand why these rumors were out there, accusations about her. She really took that personally and was very hurt. Okay. I don't have any more questions for you. I'm just going to ask if, okay, Ken, do you have any questions? Ken Parsons. Yeah, Ruth, you said hi. During the COVID thing, Lisa was upset because they were all partying next door. Were they partying? And who was partying? So when you look out from Lisa's, it was on the left-hand side. Jamie and Greg were on the right-hand side. They were going back and forth. I do believe it was, well, what I do, she said they were at Jamie and Greg's in-laws. So the only people that Lisa told me about were Tina and her husband. And Lisa would talk about that. They were going back and forth to the in-laws, drinking all day. They did that quite often through COVID, and it frustrated her quite a bit, where she was trying to stay so far away from people and kept so secluded from COVID to keep her children safe. Is Tina Jamie's in-law? Well, I thought it was what she said, but I may be wrong. But she said going back and forth to the in-laws and that they were cutting wood there. And she said in her text messages from her, it says that there were 8 people on the property just having a get-together. She said that they've all been drinking all day. The message that she sent to me, I do believe, came in like 2 in the afternoon. Let me look here, which is early. I'm looking. She said, I don't know how to tap. How do you tap your phone? She sent a video through of the front yard and the house and the car. And that was when wood was being cut. She said in the background, you can hear the chainsaws going. But in this, I can't tell what time this came in. Unbelievable. The neighbors have been cutting trees using backhoes all day. Leon is right in the middle of it. They're having a barbecue right now. I'm building a labyrinth with the kids and praying not to feel betrayed every step. What the hell? There's 8 people over there. What's wrong here? I've been isolating for 36 days. Gotta finish the labyrinth and walk it over and over. I'm putting my earbuds in there so I can block it out. It's a beautiful day, and I'm caged. I'm one caged in once again. Okay. And you mentioned that blank. Who are they? They meaning the guys? Like, I do believe it was Leon. No, she told me Leon, Bjorn, and Gabriel was in there mixed in with that a bit somehow. But she said Gabriel across the street, but I don't know how he was mixed in with it. She would talk about just Leon and that things were falling through and that he had a falling out with Leon and stay away from him and that he's crazy and he's going to go AWOL. He's nuts. He's not safe to be around, Lisa. Stay away from him. And that's what Gabriel said to Lisa. And then after that, she had a conversation with Bjorn, and he basically said the same thing. He hates you. He talks about how he hates you. Stay away from him. And his relationship with him was broken now. So he was not talking to him. He said, I'm not talking to him anymore. All he does is yell at me and he starts spitting. It's horrific. Yeah, anyway. You spoke to Lisa on Saturday. Did she mention anything suggestive that there were any concerns in the area? Oh, she wanted out of there. She knew they weren't getting along. She was trying to totally stay safe and just in her own bubble. She said she had put a bubble around their property and she just wants to stay safe, and everybody was acting like it was normal. They are all out on their 4-wheelers, and it was really strange, she said. Right. Oh, out outside of the COVID, though, did she have any issues that there was any animosity or anything amongst the neighbors outside of her own feelings and COVID? Did she have any concerns that I'm trying to express to you that day? Other than Leon didn't like her and was yelling at her any chance he could get, or sorry, any chance he could, and she didn't want her children to witness that. She told you that on Saturday? Oh, not Saturday. No, no. Saturday, she didn't mention anything. Okay. No, she just said that they were all partying next door and having a barbecue and cutting wood down. And yeah, no. Did she mention that Gabriel going to the party next door or anyone? No, she didn't. She didn't mention that. No. I was surprised when I found out he was there because I don't think he was on good terms with Leon. That was basically the one thing I thought of. You were surprised when he wouldn't have been there because he and Leon weren't on good terms. And that's how I kind of felt. You were surprised when you learned that he wasn't there. Gabriel was next door at the party if he was there, and that was the party he was at. He was next door at the barbecue because he had told Lisa that he and Leon were not on good terms. What? I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. When was Gabriel at the party? And for start, like, I guess, when was Gabriel at the party next door? I don't know if he was at the party next door. I don't know at all. I'm just assuming from what I read in the news briefly. I'm trying not even to read that he was at a get-together or something. And I was surprised at that because I didn't think he would go where Leon was. Okay, remember this interview is being done on the 28th of April, 2020. So the party thing had gone away almost right away. Okay, no, does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah, it was something that you read, right? That he was there. I read that there was a party next door, and so I assumed that he was at the party. Okay. Okay, so she read that there was a party next door, but it did seem to say in Lisa McCauley's text, that there was a party, barbecue, something, 8 people next door, and 4-wheelers going back and forth between the in-laws and Greg and Jamie's, and that Bjorn was there. Okay, I don't know if he was there or not at the party. I knew that there were 8 people there, and I don't know. I can assume that was Jamie and Greg. His in-laws might have been there. Leon was there. That's 5. And so I don't know who the other 3 are. Lisa would have probably who the other 3 are. She probably heard the voices. And I'm just going to know that Gabriel comes to Lisa and said that he wasn't on good terms with Leon and for Lisa to stay away from him and that he's not in a good headspace. And I found that odd. If you're not in a good space or in good terms with someone, why would you go around them? Okay, so now Bjorn's not here. Right. So I figured he would not have been there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I thank you. I don't have any more questions. No, I don't. Okay. Have any more questions? I'm going to end our statement. It's 3:39. I'm just going to shut off the recorder off. It's 3:39 p.m. Yeah. End of recording. Okay, so I found that to be, again, I'm just reading what's there, and I'll just leave that generally alone. But for sure, yeah, barbecue, 8 people. Seems like there's some more things that perhaps we're not being told. Now, flash forward. Ruth Jane's. So let me get that for you. Sorry. I'm not trying to point fingers any which way. Just reading what's there. Okay. Certainly some. Oh, did you already link it for me? Thank you. I just linked it. Har. Okay. You're so fast. Okay, so this is an interesting document. A summary. Okay. Summary of meeting with Ruth James. Okay, so this is the summary of the meeting. So you've heard what was written in the last RCMP interview, which I don't think a lot of things were maybe touched on in there. Okay, let's see what the mass casualty summary with Ruth Jane's representative of, family of Lisa McCulley. Okay, so this is August 20th, 2021. So I'm presuming that they had this interview to operate with, this interview being the RCMP interview. This is so Rob Pinio and Grace McCormick are representing Lisa McCulley's estate. Ruth was at home in North River on the night of April 18th, 2020. At about 7 to 7:30, Lisa McCulley told Ruth that she was going to Bass River to get some wine. Okay, so I think that's reflective, actually, funnily enough, in her texts. PM. I would presume. I don't think you go to get wine at 7:30 in the morning, but she had been in complete isolation since COVID started in March to protect herself and her children. Lisa took COVID restrictions very seriously. Lisa decided it was time she dashed out to get some wine and chips, that she had been in complete isolation for 30 plus days with her children. Ruth told Lisa she would chat with her later or in the morning. On April 18th afternoon, so I think that's backing up in time now, Lisa told Ruth there was a barbecue party happening next door, that the neighbors were drinking, riding four-wheelers up and down the road, and that Leon was right in the middle of it. Lisa and Leon had broken up about 6 months prior. Their relationship had ended abruptly. Lisa was very irritated with the barbecue next door. The group was over restrictions, and she was outside working in her yard all day with her children, isolating her family from others. She did not know what to do about it. She suggested that she should call the police. Ruth and Lisa chatted frequently about usually mornings over coffee. Ruth messaged Lisa the next morning and got no response. She then went on Facebook and saw that something was happening in Portapique. Ruth called Lisa. No answer. Ruth called a mutual friend, Mallory, who I can presume is Colpitts, who just lived down the road from Lisa towards the beach. That seems to go. Ruth asked Mallory if she knew what was going on. Mallory had no idea what Ruth was talking about. Mallory said she would call Ruth back. Mallory called Bjorn. Mallory called Bjorn, and he told her that Lisa died, that she was shot dead by Gabriel. And the kids were gone to the hospital. Had gone. Mallory saw people around on the beach out in front of her home, like they were searching. She packed up, went to leave her house ASAP, and got out of there. Mallory told Ruth to hurry and get to the hospital to the children. She was going to her mother's. Okay, so there's a bunch of details missing in here, but actually it was the ERT team, and she called them, I believe, to get the escort out because there was somebody on the beach. Of course, that's the ERT team who's driving by Cobequid, to which I think they already had phone calls in for wellness, I think. And, the business about Bjorn and the involvement of Leon and Leon being arrested, that all this stuff is Leon and Lisa, being arrested, that all that stuff is seemingly missing from here. Ruth then called the hospital and she explained who she was and that she was looking for the kids. They said that they gone to lockdown and to call the police. Ruth called the police. They did not say anything, nor could they answer any questions. Ruth did not believe Lisa was gone, and then saw on Facebook that Lisa's principal posted that they had lost Lisa McCulley. Ruth suggested that Lisa's principal messaged Lisa's principal to ask if this was true. He confirmed that it was. The family had been given different accounts of what happened on the night of April 18th from the RCMP. Okay, so that's a very common theme. I think we've all been getting different accounts. They can't ever settle on what works best for their timelines and things. And many families have this problem. Ruth has not had any assistance with therapy from victim services. Ruth is paying for her own counseling. She is not sure what victim services has provided or can provide to them. Very interesting. I believe the kids may be with her. I'm not exactly sure, so I should be very careful with that. However, Ruth has not been offered anything. Sounds very familiar to a couple of people in the story. Most certainly Tara has been absolutely screwed royally on this one. So Ruth knew that she lived across the street from the perpetrator's garage, that a bunch of neighbors would go over for drinks when the perpetrator opened it up to get together. Okay, so I'm not sure this business about, nobody knew him or nobody really liked him or don't know his name or that kind of shit. It doesn't really fly. Ruth said the perpetrator was extremely odd. Now, remember the last interview. I think there was kind of a tone in that interview. There was a tone to me. Just leave it there. Listen to the tone here. A year later, done by MCC. A year and a half. Ruth said the perpetrator was extremely odd. And it's a summary. It's a summary. He would appear out of nowhere every single time she came to Lisa's property. It was like he was checking in to see who was near his property or watching from somewhere. He acted odd and socially awkward, and it seemed to Ruth that was keeping an eye on Lisa. Now, I don't think I really heard that it was the perpetrator. In fact, a certain person was named by Lisa, and Ruth reiterated that in her interview. Why is this now getting reassigned? Ruth never saw a police car, nor did it come up in conversation with Lisa. Lisa was kind and forgiving and told Ruth that she knew the perpetrator was troubled. Lisa was kind to everyone. That is who she was. She was kind to him, and he was kind back to her. He was kind. He was there when she needed him. Interesting. Lisa said that they had a fling that she would rather forget about and regretted it terribly. He had hit on Lisa for years. Again, I didn't hear anything about that, but okay. Lisa told Ruth the perpetrator had women in to his place all the time, and he had previously been married with a lot of issues, and that he had he had an on again, off again girlfriend. He was a player. So okay, I would generally concur with that, but there's a tone being set, which is very different. Lisa McCauley knew the perpetrator got agitated when his girlfriend would come down. Now, I didn't hear that. Lisa told Ruth that Banfield moved down to Portapique during COVID, and there had been there for a few weeks. Lisa told Ruth Banfield did not like her and that would give her childish looks and talk aloud on her phone while walking by Lisa's house, saying how much she hated it down there and she hated animals. And of course, we do know about specifically some messages, notes that Lisa had in respect to the dogs, hating Lisa McCauley's dogs, and the party. There seemed to be a lot of animosity there. Lisa told Ruth the perpetrator controlled a lot of the area down there. Again, not really hearing that, but Lisa McCauley was on the road committee with all the neighbors, men in the area, and they would not listen to let Lisa on a higher role other than treasurer. She felt it was because she was a strong woman. They were very dominant, Lisa said. Lisa McCauley had many ideas for the road committee. She shared her ideas, and she said they would cut her off. Lisa said they would not listen to me and were not nice to her, and she had to leave the committee and was disappointed. Okay, so who was in control of the committee? And it sounded like the meetings were generally more than just kind of how to clean up garbage or fix roads. Maybe more get-togethers. Lisa was in a meaningful relationship with Leon Jowdery for approximately 5 months. After they split up, Lisa McCauley had endured many stories from locals saying they were glad she was rid of him. She found that he hit on many other wives and neighbors, that Leon, did not have a good reputation. She was blinded and ashamed. Leon also had spread rumors about Lisa McCauley, and she was baffled as to why. Lisa told Ruth the perpetrator and Leon had a confrontation, and they were not on good terms. The perpetrator had come over to Lisa's house and told her to stay away from Leon because Leon, this is redacted, not sure why. He warned Lisa to stay away from Leon. Lisa told Ruth that she had moments of feeling unsafe, but she had to focus on being safe because of COVID, and she was at her home in with her children. Again, I would say it's a lot. That's my feeling reading the two. One is far more explicit than the other. Lisa told Ruth, but please tell me your feelings, about many things she loved in Portapique: the woods, the outdoors, the quiet times. She skied, biked, snowshoed, swam, and fished with her children. She also talked about other aspects of the community, including drinking and drugs, which she did not like. Lisa said there were disagreements between neighbors. She thought it was unnerving. Ruth, unnerving. Ruth said that Lisa has many friends from many circles. She believes Blair, Bjorn, and Allie were close social circle because they all had kids around the same age who were neighbors and friends. They all enjoyed the beauty around them in Portapique along with children. In Ruth's view, Skipper, Constable Wayne Bent, could not have been kinder to the family. Okay, that message almost seems like a copy paste. He was diligent, stayed in contact with Gail and with Ruth. Okay, so Gail may have the children. I don't want to make any presumptions there. Now, I find it interesting because Wayne would be the one initially who would be offering victim services. And yet Ruth had not had any assistance from therapy from victim services. Ruth is paying for her own counseling. She is not sure what victim services has provided or can provide to them. So doesn't really jive with Wayne couldn't have been kinder. I suppose it does. Wayne could be a kind guy, just not doing his job. But that's kind of not really reflected in the writing, because that would be Wayne's job initially. So I get a bit of a different message, a far different feel from what's written here. You know, Mallory's stuff is kind of left out. I would say there's some key details that are being left out, and certain other ones are kind of being watered down, whereas the focus is kind of changed. That would be my feeling. She came onto Lisa's property. Well, I don't know if she corrected that or what that was about. How did he know the principal? I don't know. I can't believe a single thing the MCC puts out. So again, keep in mind that these were released, I believe, to my knowledge, subsequent to the finishing of the MCC. I believe I've read through Mallory. Have I read through the entirety of Mallory Colpus? Or maybe I've just sampled some. Because that's very interesting how a lot of these other interviews seem to support certain pieces here. And I would say if there was a party to which it sounds there was 8 people, why has that not been explored? Why, if it sounds like there's more trouble in Orchard Beach Estates, has that not been explored? Why is it that we have the focus on one person? Why have we never heard anything from Leon? Again, I'm not pointing fingers. I just read what was written. I think those are reasonable questions to ask him. What was going on? You know, she does say she feels it's kind of gossipy. It is, but frankly, I'm not saying that to put her in a negative light. She's just saying what she understands. But there's clearly a lot of dynamics going on here that have not been explored at all. We kind of just get in the media, listen, it's just this happy neighborhood and everybody's getting along. And there was one crazy guy there who nobody really knew, or maybe they did know him, or maybe they did kind of have a couple of drinks with him, or maybe they did really know him, but it's all about him. And nothing else has been explored. And frankly, reading a lot of this stuff and looking at different interviews, I would say that that is beyond negligent on the part of the RCMP. We're into something very much different. And some of these interviews surfacing late in the game, which shed new light on things. Yeah. Or definitely questions arise. Simply questions that are, I think they're reasonable questions. I don't think they're accusatory questions. I think it's just exploring, could you tell me a little bit more? Hiding people and not having them come in, whether it be Leon, whether it be Bjorn, and these people purposefully, or Bjorn's late emergence of his other interview, which frankly, there's a lot of interesting things in there. How he knew Cobequid's very, how did he know about Cobequid? I don't know. Why is it that it's always being referred to, they're all dead? Or being referred to as I'm a target in certain people's statements. They are all dead. Well, frankly, the neighborhood isn't all dead. So there is something to the they. And then equally, when we're dealing with some stuff on the video this morning, the guys, right? The guys. Well, who are the guys? What does that mean? Why is it that there's some people that refer to the guys? Do we have a group that we're not being told about? Because it may sound that way to me. It does. Maybe she was referring to herself, or seems that way after reading it. Anybody have any thoughts on any of that? Is that or are you just satisfied with everything that the MCC has floated in terms of sorry, I should rephrase that. Do new questions arise for anybody in this subsequently to reading that? Those two. And definitely Orchard Beach Villas seems to be a seriously a no-go area. Why? Why? What's the problem? Is it people like Miriam? Is it the fact that Miriam Cleo lived in the neighborhood, or Mallory Colpitts lived in the area, that there was police in the area and they don't want that coming out? Who all attended these parties? Lots of questions still. Is there new questions for anybody, or do they feel satisfied with there are no new questions arise? I suppose would be the question I'm asking. Definitely covering something to put that out. And again, it could just be total bollocks on the part of the MCC, right? I mean, maybe this is casting Leon in a negative light. on purpose? I don't know. Because I don't, obviously, I don't want to. It's the truth that I look for. It's not accusatory. Anyway, I just thought I would read. Let's see. I'll go back here. The Douglas Street Rec Center hiding thing struck me as very odd, and didn't want children to see to witness trauma. Okay, so what is the trauma that the children would be witnessing? Why is it that she would need to be hiding? Who is she hiding from? Certainly to feel that I think that's one thing I found very interesting, that Gabriel was there for her and warned her that he would. It's almost protective. Okay. Bjorn stated a lot happens out here. Bjorn stated they all had a good thing. Going doesn't sound like a very good thing. It sounds like there was problems in paradise. I would say that. I think that's a fairly fair statement, and that hasn't really come to light. Again, it's not. The truth is the truth, and even if it is doesn't reflect well upon certain people. You're talking about 23 homicides here, Canada's biggest crime. That is horrific. Well, I think, funnily enough, the cover-up is probably ranks up there too. Probably Ottawa does, but this is really horrific, and this has destroyed a shit pile of lives. So to protect somebody's reputation, whose reputation? Why? Like, the scales don't weigh well for me. Isn't Douglas Street Elementary School in Toronto? Seems to say the rec center was my read, but you felt like there was things out of place. Okay, well, again, we don't have the audio. This should have been all presented. All of this should have easily been done. Audio should have been presented. All the witnesses should have appeared. All the evidence should have been surfaced. All the video camera footage had been given. I mean, there is like video footage out there that will prove absolutely everything that they're talking about. Bjorn's video footage would prove exactly what went down with Andrew McDonald, with Frank and Dawn, with the fire, with the police car. Equally, the exiting of Blueberry Field Road, Deborah Kelly, Thibault, and her husband, who never said a word, would answer their footage, would answer a lot of questions in terms of what car, what went out, and when, or did such a thing happen. And I'm presuming, of course, that the RCMP would have gotten all that. So you can't really say, oops, sorry. Gabriel footprints, Cindy, since he has been dead. So, again, were the footprints around Cindy's? I don't think Cindy was saying initially that it was just looking back in hindsight. It's like I was reading here. because through reading other material, there has been some conclusions that have been made in hindsight, but that differs from actual words that were stated, right? I don't think he would need to go off into the woods if his garage is right across the road. And it seemed to indicate not Boardman, but rather Leon specifically, as she's reevaluated that in hindsight. But that's my interpretation. And said, well, maybe was it Gabriel? I don't know. You'd think that Lisa might know. What was she hiding from her students and her kids? Yes, I don't know. Some kind of trauma. Why is she having to run off and hide in the woods? Why is she needing to get the hell out of there? That's really, like, that didn't even come up in the subsequent MCC bullshit. She needed to get the hell out of there. That she was heartbroken over losing her dream. Sounds like Gabe would protect her in this. That was my feeling. The redacted sense, no, this is going to be, it's going to be a horror show for disclosure analysts who have gone through disclosure analysts to come back and justify. I believe I remember reading a case earlier on when this all started about redactions and a judge, and he was not very happy about what was redacted. And there was kind of, the people were found to be guilty of certain things. But it will be a nightmare for those disclosure analysts to justify the redactions that they've made. It is going to be really horrific for them. They're going to lose their careers on this one when a judge looks at what's underneath those. Remember, things like gold, the password was redacted on a burned down garage. That makes a lot of sense. Somebody's going to be breaking into that garage. Oh, it's not there, but you redacted it. Just like all of this personal information shit, somebody's going to go through it. A judge is going to go through it, and he's going to be like, or many judges in different cases are going to be going through this, and they're going to be like, ooh, that doesn't seem to match up to the criteria of the only things that you can redact. Who did that again? What is your name? I want you on the carpet. That's what a judge is going to say. And he's going to ask for it. She is going to ask for it. And it's going to be dirty. That person's career is, or persons. I think there's a Bergerman who may be a disclosure analyst too. In her family. Not just Butcher. Bjorn told me his wife took it hard because being friends with Lisa and the kids, she took it hard, doesn't want to talk about it and move on. Yeah, but the problem is a lot of people can't move on. And I understand that may be difficult for certain individuals. Time to put the priorities of others above oneself, like entirely, because it looks a little not very good on a person. I'm not going to talk about those things because I'm concerned about my feelings. And fuck your feelings, families. Doesn't matter. And you were, by the way, I was really good friends with your deceased one. Oops. Not to be rude, she was upset she wasn't there. Again, I'd say I'm not saying that in her case, but I would say most assuredly in certain other people's cases, they have used what I always refer to as that skirt of trauma as a way to obfuscate an obscure finding of the truth. And that was the way it was instructed to certain people. Just claim trauma and people will leave you alone. They will not. And that needs to be very clear. And you are destroying your personal reputations. And it will not be forgotten. Why did Leon's wife divorce him? I have no idea. Not my business. I don't know. And I wouldn't claim to say anything. I don't know any of it. Only person that could answer that would be Leon and his wife. Was only supposed to be 4 people at the barbecue. Yep. So now we've got 8. So who are they? Where are their interviews? All of them. If there was a party going on at Blair Seniors, where are their interviews? I'm not saying that. I'm just repeating what was there. So that should all be there. Leon Wortman. There does seem to be a little bit of it's unclear at certain times, but I would say reading it seems pretty clear. It does say Gabriel would protect her. It's an odd thing to say if you're the one who's doing all the harassing. Hello, Glow Watcher. Hopefully somebody answered your question. Ruth Janes is the family representative of Lisa McCauley and her children. Start the whole thing over without the agenda groups? Well, they're just there to hide behind more skirts. It's all a big show. It used to be a school, okay. Douglas Street used to be a school. They have events at the rec center, but also rent rooms. Yes, I did look at it a little bit. It did seem so. There would be a lot of different Mallory's CCTV has never been seen. Yes. Have I read Mallory's MCC statement? Have I read me myself? Absolutely, I've read it. I read pieces of it here before. Yep. And we can read that. I have no problem. That would, there are statements that I think go shed light. Mallory Colpitts is one. In conjunction. Mallory Colpitts is one. I think John Kierstead, Mr. Kierstead, Lisa's father, is another one. I don't know if I've read this one or not. Have I? Loud? Lots of people, RCMP suffer, that was never seen again. Okay, well, that's a crime. CRIME. It is a crime. and therefore then people need to be charged. I thought there was another mail. OPP is looking into this, supposedly, if that is true. And if not, I say that we definitely have a royal commission into the whole lot of them, as in all the events of 1819, reevaluate the whole fucking garbage pile of data and all the people that participated, all of the money, all the mass, quote, the mass casualty commission, all of the people, and see if they did a job. And they should have no problem with that, of course, because they did the right thing. I thought there was another mail Lisa M. was worried about. There was the mail on at the property, or there was another person at Leon's property. I thought that was interesting. We'll have to go back and check what I was reading. Gold, strange statement, always would be made of gold. It was always made of gold. Yeah, well, gold was the password, right? Let's hope so. But blood is thicker than water in the Maritimes. Well, that just happens to apply to most families. Frankly, most people don't want to go down with a sinking ship, irrespective of whether you're family or not, because looks bad on your family. Real bad. Oh, you're related to so-and-so? We read the one to talk about cutting trees. We read the one that talked about those who were cutting trees, the flooring interview. I started school at Douglas Street, Victoria Street here. Okay, so different schools. Criminal investigation and Vicky Colford connection. Shuby witness. RCMP asked for memory card and said that they would replace it with a new one. 1965. Oh dear. Okay, so school stuff. I can read, Mallory's interview if that's going to help people, and John Kierstead's interview, and I think Jenny's goes along with that. Jenny Kierstead's interview. And those are the people. Yeah. I don't know if I did either of those. Can somebody let me know? Either John Kierstead's, or either of those, any of those. If I read John Kierstead, Jenny Kierstead, or the entirety of Mallory Colpitt's. I can certainly read them if that's going to be helpful to people. Okay. Yep. Oh, okay. Let's start with John Kierstead's interview. May 22nd. We've got Constable Ben Kershaw. So that would be Ben Kershaw and Parsons. Where's the okay, so we have the same constable. and Mr. Burris, Constable Burris, involved. I've been trying to make audio files, each statement, and listening to them when I have time. Oh, well, I guess it can all be scanned, right, and then put in. But of course, they have all the audio, and frankly, you get a lot out of listening to the audio. I can't replicate somebody else's intonations. I have no idea. I can kind of go along with maybe what they're saying, but you can get a lot from the emotion in a person's voice. And I think equally you can see if the interview has been fucked with, which it appears at times. It's Constable Dale Burris, Constable Ben Kershaw, RCMP major crime. So May 22nd. Okay, so quite a length later. A month to talk to the father of Lisa McCauley. Major crime units. Today is 22nd of May. I'm pretty sure I read this. 2020. It's currently 9:37 a.m. We're here with John Kierstead, Mr. Kierstead, or John. As I explained to you before the recorder, okay, we're part of the investigation into the mass casualty took place in Macourtepic, Nova Scotia, April 18th and 19th. Through our investigation, we have learned that you're the father of Lisa McCauley. Okay, well, it's after a month. That's pretty good. You figured that out. I am. What we'd like to do is get you to talk about what you knew about Gabriel Wortman and his relationship with your daughter Lisa. Every little detail is important. Don't leave anything out. You start from the beginning. Rude. You start from the beginning. Anyway, Lisa wanted to secure a home. And I'm trying to think how long ago it was. Must have been 10 years ago. She was a teacher in the area. She wanted to settle and put roots down. So she came across this home and occupied by an elderly gentleman. Okay, so why we have to redact this, I don't know. Seems not relevant. And his nephew was, and yes, you can assume, but asses out of you and me. Redaction should be removed. Perhaps he should have been interviewed more thoroughly. Oh, dementia. Right. Better to go with hearsay. And his nephew was Mr. Wortman, was one of the negotiated and the selling of the home. So she bought the house. Now he was on one side of the U-turn and she was on the other side. And that was not far away from the and a neighbor. One thing I want to throw in here is because they're talking about the house sale, it is important to note that Judge Al Béjean repeatedly said in his statement, who was dealing with the court case against Gabriel Wortman in respect to this house, repeatedly said in his, of course, released after the Mass Casualty Commission is done, that he did not believe that this was a case of domestic violence. This is a judge. This is somebody who faced him in an adversarial position. At the time, he was a lawyer. And he did not believe that it was anything to do, repeatedly stated that. I don't believe that this is a case of domestic violence. I do not believe that this is gender-based violence. Pretty clear. He'd be somebody who'd know, and a judge. He's a judge. And his nephew was Mr. Wortman. Wouldn't want to be found to be lying if you're a judge or a lawyer. I assure you, that's your law license gone. So very serious, much more serious than it is for a civilian. Very serious. Was one who was negotiated the house sale. She bought the home. Now he was on one side of this U-turn, and she was on the other side, and that was not far away, and a neighbor, and negotiated with him and bought the home. And she bought it with everything, furniture and what have you. And as a result, a beautiful home, a beautiful house, and he was very, very most cordial. Extremely polite. Okay. My reaction to him is a surprise because most of the time I didn't see him, but what little I saw of him, he was a perfect gentleman. I thought he was going to have a romance with her. And anyway, he bought the home completely furnished and moved in. And he was most cooperative with her, most cooperative in helping her, what have you. Now, something in the back of my mind, I've been thinking since yesterday. You called. Not sure what happened on the phone call. I don't know if you have interviewed my daughter, Jenny, or she is in Halifax, or Jenny Kierstead Abbas, and her mother, my ex-wife, lives in Truro. And I remember at the time, so I guess Mrs. Kierstead seemed to say something, or again, just reiterating the words of Jane's, is that Ruth Jane's, is that apparently, again, it's hearsay, but apparently Lisa and Jenny's mother thought Leon was involved. Or Leon was the perpetrator initially. Or she asked. Interesting question to ask. Okay, moving along. Just reiterating other people's words. And I remember at the time them passing word on to her, beware of this man, because Jenny knew a former girlfriend. Now, I don't remember what the concern was. I can't recall. Okay, so there's interesting details there, right? Jenny Kierstead knows a former girlfriend of Gabriel's and had passed along, apparently, a word to the wise. Okay. My mind, a mess. So long ago. Anyways, deter my daughter from buying the house. And he was most cooperative. She bought the house completely furnished and just as the man left it. She had, as I said, as far as I was concerned, what I had observed when I was visiting, a very interesting relationship with him. And I think probably he thought he might have a romantic relationship. I was there, and during short visits, and one time I was there, he came in and paid his respects. Very, very cordial, very polite. And after that, would always ask how Dada was. A conversationalist, very intelligent. I was most impressed with him. I know over the years that they would have a great deal of discussions talking about life in general. She realized that he had a live-in girlfriend, which is the same one that is surviving today. And she was saying that she did not want to get caught in this triangle of jealousy and what have you. At one time I was there, I met this particular woman. And Lisa was very worried meeting her because she said she knew he was overly friendly with her and she was afraid this girl would be jealous. And Lisa maybe he just doesn't remember the name. I don't know. It's just unnamed. And Lisa was making an observation that she demanded a lot from him. In fact, that Lisa said she had more nicks and tarts. Okay, so somebody explained that to me. It's nips and tucks, so surgery, than anyone imaginable, making herself look young, appealing to him. And of course, with him paying the bill. And she was the person that I guess was received the patients in his, I don't remember her name, worked in the office where he had his in Dartmouth. Okay, so also seen other pictures of people who were receptionists there. And this is the same woman today. I understand from what I can tell. But he doesn't know at this point in time. This is back in May. It's very interesting. I'm trying to figure out. I had a call from, I don't know if it was from the RCMP or from the coroner's office yesterday, which really took me up unintelligible in the fact that she was shot blank. My daughter was a blonde, a nice looking woman. It brought me down a peg because why? Why would you do this? But that's what you're trying to figure out too. Lisa took him for what he was worth, this relationship. He was very friendly with her. And across the road from him, as you probably already know, is this so-called barn. So it's not the cop where the debriefing was going on. Barn, Rod's barn, which I believe, I do not realize he burned his own home until I saw it on TV the other day. Last night, they got it leveled off. You'd never know. And across, it's a U-shaped road. You know, he was over here, and there's a stretch of woods, and she is on the other side, and opposite her was the barn with all his toys. Now, I had it in my mind he had 17 motorcycles. Well, the other day I heard 7. So I don't know how truthful. And he had every toy imaginable, skidoo, a four-wheeler, what have you. And it was just a stone's throw away from her house. She had 2 dogs. He would treat them. And he was constantly going over when he was in the barn. And they were constantly going over, the dogs. And he would spend time on the weekends with his toys. And whenever I was there, since that that he'd been going up and down the road and would wave. And he always asked about me after. We had the initial visit, which I thought was very interesting. Remember, this is the man who murdered his daughter. I can't put myself in somebody else's headspace. I just find what he has to say here very interesting. She let that, I'm trying to figure out, she just let that relationship go. She remained friends with him, but she realized that she was out of her league with him. And I'm trying to think in terms of, was there any bigger fault found with him? I have no memory of that. The fact that while he was just a bit too much for her, and they had a good relationship, always a friendship. And he would, I remember 2 or 3 years ago, the sewer, her septic tank backed up. He came over with his, I suppose, backhoe or what have you. He knew the house because he helped his uncle build it. And he dug it up, replaced the drainage, didn't cost her a penny, and did it free of charge, which was very good of him. So he knew the house so very, very well. As I said, she bought it just as the man walked out. It was completely furnished with everything in it. One thing that people are saying, and of course, there's a lot being said, which might be true. In fact, he set this fire. She was going to, as I understand, this fire was burning at the barn. Now, I don't know if he burned it to the ground or other, but he did set fire to it as well as his house. Okay, now again, that's calling for conclusion a little bit early, but it was beautiful building. He had an apartment in the very top. She saw this fire, and of course, so I'm repeating it as he, probably know more in detail than I would have, went out to fight this and locked her kids in the house and told them not to stay there. Who is the he would know more in detail. I don't know. Here's a went out to fight this. A he went out to fight this, locked her kids in the house, and told them to stay there. And they say, as a result, she probably saved their lives. Now, I do not know the sequence of what happened. But anyway, there was the house next door that was built within the last year or two. People were going there for the weekend, and he shot them at the time, both mom and dad. They had small children. This would be the Blairs, which probably not tiny, primary age children, and they were used to playing with my daughter's son and daughter, who her son was blank and her daughter was blank. As I understand it, being told the children were left with their parents, dead, and I suppose panicked. They didn't know what to do, so they ran next door. And I don't know the sequence. Lisa was out here. She must have been, because they went and banged on the door, and Lisa's daughter let them in. I can't remember, or sorry, I can't imagine what these kids were thinking, what they were going through. Anyway, in my day, or in our day, when we went to school, we had a fire drill. Now the school system's a little different, and they train them in cases like this, a certain drill. And they said her daughter probably saved her children's lives because he would have known the house very well. But he obviously didn't go near the house, and I'm assuming he shot her from the road. Wouldn't be any farther than that blue chair. She had a lawn here, her driveway. There was a lawn, and then there was a main road. And I'm assuming this in my mind. No, I'm just assuming this in my mind. And was found out on her front lawn. My biggest concern was, did the children see her body? And I assume from my, well, of course, it's hearsay. It's hearsay. But I would like to talk to the officer who actually found her. But they say that the children did not see her body. But when they came out of the house, when the police, I'm going to back up here. Anyway, in the house, she knew the steps. The girl knew the steps. Dial 911. And, the operator kept them on the line for 2 hours. They then knew that they were to hide. So everybody went down, as I understand, went downstairs to the basement into a closet and closed the door. I think they were out. 2 of them were outside for a while. I'm not sure what was going on there. And the interesting thing was, well, the daughter was blank, and my grandson, was blank. And the neighbor's kids, I think they were around his age, I think. But they stayed there for 2 hours, and the operator kept them on the line. And the next step is you pick keyword. Pick you a keyword. So that when you hear that shouted from above, you know it's free to come out. I'm rather curious. I want to find out what the word was. Anyways, they stayed there, and the police didn't know, of course, at that point, that what was happening. And the children were there. The operator contacted the RCMP, and they eventually came out. They took them in her car down the road to Bass River, where the ambulances were waiting. I was told that Lisa's body was still on the ground. I suppose because the coroner had to come to verify it. The sons and they were told not to look at it. They're with my daughter-in-law and will be permanently. Okay, so I think, that's Jonathan's. That's actually what I heard, Jonathan's widow. Will be permanently. She cross-examined him, and the boy said, well, I saw her. Well, he said it wasn't factual. So, well, what he said wasn't factual. So, I don't know what that means. I think he said it to get attention. Anyway, the kids were whisked out in her car, which is parked in the front, down the road. Ambulance then took them to the hospital. My daughter-in-law, who is a respiratory therapist, was working that particular night. Okay, so that is McFarland, I guess, right? Ironically, I think she was called in because of so many shortage of workers. She had never worked during the day. Do I see chat popping by here? I believe he does say that he was there. Yes. Can't remember. He once, I think he said. Can't remember whose statement, but I'm pretty sure it said she told her friends he was paying her mortgage. Mm, there is one person's statement, but it wasn't that I'm thinking of, but it wasn't in reference to uh, Wortman paying Lisa McCulley's mortgage. It was Wortman paying for Glenn's mortgage. Sounds like Gabriel Wortman liked Lisa M. Only one person who had a problem with her, Lisa B. Well, it sounds like maybe more than just Lisa B, but yeah. It doesn't sound like Wortman disliked her. And if you honestly, if you, we'll just continue. You can get your own read of things. Um, my son died blank. It was 7 or 3 years ago. So she worked 1 day a week, and they called her in to work that night. But it was really horrible. Wow, lose both your kids. And I had worked for 30 nights for 30 years. Anyway, she was there. And then the hospital authorities knew, well, what to do with these children. And they asked the oldest and said, well, Gail McFarland Kierstead. And they said, she's right here. And so Gail was on the scene with them and has been ever since. Beautiful. And that's the story of the kids. I think probably them being locked in might have saved their life. I don't know. But Lisa told them she was going out to fight the fire. She was going to go out and fight the fire. And I assumed that the fire that she saw was the barn burning. She wasn't very far from her house, was not touched. There was nothing. She didn't have any bushes around it to light anyway. Seemed to be very localized anyways, just singeing on the trees. And I'm assuming that it was during this process of going to see what was going on and so forth that she came face to face with him. Okay. I assume being shot blank, and she must have had close contact. I guess he must have gotten out of the vehicle or whatever. And none of this has been firmly established, sadly. As a layperson, assuming that she must have been at close range, my concern was her suffering, and they said it would have been very sudden. Now that's what they repeated, of course, to every single family member, including I believe Heather's family. Anyway, she stayed in the lawn, I guess, until authorities came later. My daughter-in-law said that got the word from the authorities that there were problems to expect more victims at the hospital. They only had one man who had shot a bullet in his leg. And Gabriel must have been a very good shot because he was the only one that survived. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting observation. And they waited. The hospital people waited. No one shows up. They pretty well assumed that everyone has been deceased. So that basically, as far as my story goes. So no, I was very impressed. I was very impressed with him. Very conversationalist. I would, in my memory of him, have no, and of course, these people don't show it, have no idea that he was the type of person that would. I'm reading in the paper Of course, he was very proud of his background. So again, I'm not in his mindset, but I sense that he's struggling with what he's hearing and what he knows. Going from university to funeral director, and his story was he realized in embalming seniors that a lot of them had false teeth that would be good business. So knew about the university, right? The child psychology stuff, which was not known. And that's when I'd assume he'd sold his share and went into denture school. Oh, okay. So he owned part of the funeral business and studied doing what he was doing for a living. I understand he was very well thought of by his elderly friends, in particular in the way he treated me. And if they weren't able to pay, he never really pushed it. Lisa said that he would let it go. And everybody really appreciated his services. That doesn't really match up with the monster that we're faced with now. And I think that's probably the extent of what I knew about him. I met both of them, I think this was supposed to be, and was very pleased that she had neighbors that were, particularly this man, helping her maintain, as a single parent, to maintain her home. He'd go up and down the road, and they'd go up ahead and what have you. She would quite often mention him, that he'd drop by, be over at the barn. Her dogs would go over. He would treat them, which she really didn't want him to do. There was no indication, and I have no memory of her ever suspecting. There is only one thing that is my Jenny, my daughter in Halifax, and her mother, who lives in Truro, warned her of this man. And it's a long, warned being friendship with him by now, etc. My mind's a blank as to what they said to be aware of. And I'm wondering, did the morning after Jenny called and said the ex-girlfriend in Halifax, whom Jenny knew, had talked to Jenny and said they were fearful? He was on the Trans-Canada at that point, that they were fearful of him heading to Halifax to shoot her. The ex-girlfriend phoned Jenny Kierstead to say that they were worried. And how Jenny knew her, I don't know. Well, why Jenny was talking to her, maybe Jenny got a call from her to be aware of him. Why would Jenny need to be aware of him? And at that point, mid-morning, he was already had identified in what he was doing. And I think then, of course, he was shot in Enfield. So Jenny said the unintelligible her girlfriend said she was warned by the authorities to go into hiding, to leave where she lived. So the RCMP knew about an ex-girlfriend, called her and said, go into hiding. She then in turn calls Jenny Kierstead and warns her. What? But I don't have any memory of what they were warned. What was the warning about him? And you probably maybe have already interviewed this ex-girlfriend as probably part of your investigation. Unintelligible. Heather, was it? Or her name was... Anyway, I've read her interview. Very interesting. Equally, not very negative. She was an earlier friend of his, and Jenny would remember. I don't remember what the threat was, what they had to be aware of as far as he was concerned. But there was a word saying that an MO, whether it was his temper or whether it was, or whatever it was, anyway, was pretty well is the extent of what I knew about him. It's very interesting. I've had, being a teacher in the area, I've had tremendous, and of course, Lisa was high profile. The obituary didn't contain all of her attributes, for she was very, very outgoing, a very progressive, very wonderful lady. I can see someone doing something like that if they had a bone to pick with them, but he wouldn't have had any bone to pick with her. And of course, that's the reason for his mental state, I guess. We don't understand. Remember, of course, the psychological or Japsy has been floating around now. Yeah. Was it accredited again? That I don't understand as a lay person. And we hearing all sorts of, what was it yesterday? I heard of psychotic. But I don't know what all these terms mean. Definitely not normal. People, neighbors, and look at piles of cards saying the hate, dread, I must have it in my heart, and how I wished I could have killed him myself. I don't have those feelings. Maybe it's a shock at this point in time. Again, not, grief is an interesting one. Lots of personal information. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 lines. But I don't have any feelings of anger towards him because I did not experience that. And every time he ever met me after, or at, when he happened to meet her, he would ask about me, as when what he did after. Very interesting that he would do that. And I wasn't at least threatened by him because I didn't know his background. As a result, I would have come to the realization I have 3 children. I'm down to 1. Why couldn't it have been me instead of her? However, that's neither here nor there. So I guess that's my story. That's really tragic. 2 kids. Wow. Thank you. Again, sorry for your loss. What did he say? Yeah. The reality, I have to accept the reality of that's the way it is. Obviously, it's somebody's therapist or something speaking to. Yeah. They asked me yesterday when they called me from Halifax a month and change later. I don't know who it was, whether it was your office or the coroner's office or what have you, asked if I wanted a written report. There's one to come, they said, and then the larger one, which I suppose you're working on, comes later. And I said I would like to have copies of it to try to understand. It doesn't bring back the lives, but to understand why. This is a message families need to know. It just can't sit with them. This is why you can't leave it alone. The turmoil that they have been going through is horrific. That's what we're working towards. Yes. And by the way, you talked about it. Sounds like the medical examiner's office that you would have been dealing with. Well, now I don't pay attention too much. But anyway, they're going to mail it to me. Huh. So, your questions. Well, we're going to go back and review some things. But first of all, through our investigation, we analyze electronic devices. Okay, so just keep in mind that this is a lot before certain things have come out. To celebrate, right? So, and there is a deep forensic celebrate that has been done where the video appears and lots of conversations over the years between Gabriel and Lisa McCully, Leon and Lisa McCully. A lot of things in there that would be answered. And we learned that you were in contact with Lisa just prior to this happening, the groceries. Yes, she called. Tell me everything about that. The particular week, my second birthday, I'm a volunteer. I'm a retired teacher. I volunteer in the school system. And typically she calls people here, teachers and so forth. They're going to involved a drive past 45 cars wishing Grampy K, who they got seated on their front lawn, wishing him a happy birthday. She was so excited over that. And the fact that she called certain teachers here, retired or from school, got it all organized and was laughing. It was probably just been a few minutes, a very short time before the fire, because it was long in the evening, I believe, that she called. Didn't she get them groceries? Okay, tell me everything about that. Well, there's not much to tell. I wasn't necessarily that comfortable sitting on the lawn. They had me out on the unintelligible. And everybody, the kids all hollering at me. I had an interesting laugh. These cars accumulated the school, and between the school and here is the funeral home. And of course, it's quiet often. You see the cars going by the funeral procession. They must have thought this is a new tradition to have a happy birthday to the deceased and blowing horns as they went along. Thinking this must be a new tradition on the way to the grave. Anyway, she called me every night because of the virus. And she was sort of enjoying it. She had a lot of background in teaching. She had a lot of background in outdoor teaching when she was out west. And she was right in her element. I plan to have a tattoo. I have my son. Here I'm having her here. And the cell phone has to be in that picture because she loved her cell phone. The monitoring app, monitoring her heart rate and such. with the watch. But you don't know what time she died. Uh-huh. Okay. She loved her cell phone. And usually constantly. She was the kind. I was a retired teacher, keeping an eye on me as a friend and quoting from her telephone, quotes that Lisa had given her and she kept. And they're going to give them to me. So, and see, this is the part that she got into deep conversations, I understood, with him and found it very stimulating. And of course, from what little that I know, people of that nature are very intelligent with I suppose you could say, a split personality. But he could carry on a conversation. Of course, he had the background from funeral director, plus his office, now his home. Was it, or offices would it be, or his weekend home, beautiful, beautiful home overlooking the water. Other than on the other side of those trees that separated her house. We went down to the bottom. The road took a swing around. There were, of course, a lot of cottages and homes. And I believe some people were deceased when you went around that route. Then it came around up to her, where she lived. Yeah, she called me every night and we had conversations. She was telling me how she was fighting the virus with a lot of educating on the computer that could be picked up by her kids. She was much at home and creating a home program taught in the area that was, is it way back in the war, it was the center of an Air Force base. I've seen the runway and a lot of buildings, what have you, but now very much a deserted area. Describing the bird, right? And some of her students must have been desirous as far as background and families are concerned. So she found it very challenging. Anyway, I had my 80-second drive past his birthday. And as I said, she called me every night. She found she had to, of course, isolate herself from where she was certainly in isolation in itself as far as people or houses were concerned, not having it populated. But she just finished buying groceries, took them down the street to a cottage. Okay, she maintained for a woman. Okay, so she's talking about Miriam Cleo, RCMP Miriam Cleo, Airbnb, down on Portapique Crescent, not far from Leon. Cleaned and maintained it. Let the germs die before she brought them back to her house. She was telling me that. Her safe haven, right? How she was doing her share to fight the virus. Now I thought I was trying to, a lay person trying to analyze him in the fact that, do you see how brutal this is to them? Do you see how brutal it is? They're just trying to figure it out. And it's just like, it just rips my heart out. I think it's in yesterday's paper that he found this extremely difficult. Not, of course, he had to close his shop, and that one of the reporters was just saying that, just reported that having this closing down and everybody minding and having no contact with people, very difficult. And I'm thinking, well, probably that gave him lots of time to think. But quite obviously, he had planned this well in advance, this particular event. So it was going to happen anyway. They can never settle this. Planned in advance, it's not. Who knows? And I often think, did she ever have a chance? Because I think he had stored all this stuff, fuel and what have you. Oh, I'm so angry when I read this stuff. He was going to break out at some point. The story that I heard, they were visiting a party next door. Didn't you see it yesterday in the paper? They got into an argument and then they went home. Was this the 8? And that's when they had that argument. And he beat her up and tied her up. He beat her and tied her up. And then I saw it said that he dumped fuel all around the house, expecting her to be in the house when she got away. As you know, she got away, so she survived. But he had every chance, but he had every intention of her being caught in the house and dying in the flames. Slipping in gas, don't put the cuff on. So that was the point where he short-circuited. And now I don't know how much of that, she did hide in the woods, but she never got to the police until or after 6, they said, when it started to get light and she felt safe to come out and phoned the police. I don't know where she phoned them from, because why didn't she use her cell phone beforehand? If the cell phone was in the house, it was burned. I don't know. You people know the answers. It's none of my business. Oh, but it is, sir. You deserve the peace and the truth. Anyway, she didn't have any contact with the authorities until daylight. And that's why, of course, I guess there is so much confusion because people are trying to figure out, firemen or police, why? Well, when you get a police car and an officer dressed as such coming to your rescue to inquire, you naturally go out. But as a result, you were shot instead. So this is last conversation, John, you had with Lisa. A bit unsympathetic, not really. Hearing him. Confusion and pain. Yes. Tell me what occurred. Well, it would have been mid-evening. As I remember, she had taken groceries. She had been shopping. So she was over at Cleo's. Now, I don't know whether she had gotten them in the morning or the night before. She was checking in, finding out how I was doing. And she never mentioned him. She never mentioned any fire. Wasn't obvious then. Okay, because that came later, I believe, in the evening. So this would have been before that. But she did lock the kids in the house and said that she was going to fight this fire, as I'm told. That I imagine, that's what her kids told her. Okay. I just want to focus on your conversation that you had with her. I know you talked about getting her delivering groceries over to the other, yes, cottage. And keep going from there. Everything she told you. She talked about teaching the students about her own kids and trying to occupy them. Uh-huh. Fuck off, porno people. Sorry. No offense, Mr. Kierstead. Oh, thank you. I think somebody gave them the boot. I appreciate that. She talked about teaching and her students about her own kids and trying to occupy them. Uh-huh. She found that very easy and she would quite often go down to the beach, talk on the phone. As she said, talk to my son, meditate and think great thoughts. And he shared in those thoughts from what I could piece together in her conversation, because they would have great discussions and they would be intelligent, discussions. He was not the kind that he seemed to really appreciate. He owned several properties, as you know. He seemed very pleased with the people that lived in the area. I know, as I said, they didn't have any idea except for the woman who moved, the family that moved out and were scared of him and went to BC. Okay, that's Forbes. And her interview, as you know, was, but Lisa didn't have those experiences with being afraid of him that I have any memory of her telling me. He would go by, and chances when I would be there, he would wave and toot or go down the road with his skidoo, what have you, four-wheeler. And that would be on the weekend. And I would be there. He would be home from his office in Dartmouth. He had a beautiful home, almost beautiful, which doesn't exist. And of course, my thinking is, why would you destroy? Maybe he knew he would not survive and he wasn't going to let people benefit from his possessions. But that's not up for me to judge that. Oh, did you see? It's so heart-wrenching. He's trying to piece it together. He's listening to goop on the media. Tell me any experience that you had in any, aside inside any of his properties. Well, the house was beautiful, very modern. The front was glass, A-frame. She got all the appliances, furniture, and what have you. Uh-huh. Now, she had been divorced, so she naturally left a lot with her husband, and they broke up in their house. They broke up their house. Uh-huh. She was well situated for furniture, just moved in and started living. Uh-huh. And everything was very well made. Inside the house, very well made. Uh-huh. And it had a lot of lawn on it, around it. That particular day, she was out doing rocks and creating a trail for the kids to follow. Okay, the labyrinth. In the back, the piece of the property, probably her house would have not been easily to set fire because it wasn't. There weren't any bushes around it. Well, I guess he didn't have to have bushes. He would have had the liquid that he would ignite it. But she was very, very lucky to. And if anything went wrong, or she wanted to ask about the house, and she'd call him, and he knew because he helped build it for his uncle. Uh-huh. This sounds horrible. This not painting an image that's aligning. So, and again, I guess we're lucky in the fact that the kids survived and that he didn't take their lives. Because he would have known. If they were hiding in the house, he would have known the house well enough to found them. But that didn't happen. And I still don't know whether that they heard shots. Then we are going to get 4 lines of redaction, personal information. But they stayed in the house, and she locked them in. And when the kids next door went over and banged on the door, she let them in. So is that the daughter? But they must have said to her what happened to their parents. I don't know. You can just imagine smaller kids seeing their parents shot, and I don't know whether he got out of the car or whether he did it from the car. Where's that phone call? Where's that 911 call that she made, Lisa McCauley made? Carol? Is it Carol that took the call? Oh, goddamn porn people. They just don't like it. Again, I would say there's a lot more in these statements. People need it a lot more. Very interesting things written. But in your experience with Gabriel Wortman's properties, tell me what you like. Have you been in those? I have. I was outside the they call it the barn. It was beautifully built, very big place. Where he had all his toys, and he would go over there and play with his toys. I remember it as being very well built with siding, not a typical barn. Anyway, it was his private domain where he would play on the weekend to relax. Was the type of thing. He must have had money. Well, he was, I guess, wealthy to buy all these things. And what have you seen in the news, John, about the police car and uniforms? Yes. Him having access to weapons. Tell me about what you would have known. Of course, you waited a month to talk to her father. His mind has been filled with your trash. Whether it may or may not be true. Certainly some details aren't. The fuck did you do to people? Yes, having access to weapons. Tell me what you would have known about having not known or suspected anything of that nature, only from what I read. Okay. And that was before. He did all this since. And I haven't been down there for 3 years. So there are all these these are all things that would have accumulated since I met him a number of years ago, obviously becoming more paranoid as time went along. Psychological autopsy, I guess, is where he's getting that. And you mentioned your daughter, Jenny Kierstead Abbas. And your ex-wife had warned Lisa about getting. They had a warning for her, but my mind is blank. It's so long ago. And I think it had to do with this old girlfriend. Who's that? Jenny and Mrs. Kierstead know Wortman before Lisa McCauley ever enters the Portapic picture, before she's ever encountered Wortman. And they're warning her, don't buy that house. What? Uh-huh. They called Jenny in the morning. I don't know, it was, okay, whether he had, you probably find out. You have people find out that by interviewing her as to why they broke up. Okay, just your ex-wife's name, Emily. Emily, is she Kierstead? Yes. She still lives in Truro. Yes. Tell me about when this morning, what had been delivered to Lisa? What had been delivered to Lisa? About 10 years ago, I think she bought the property. I'm not sure, that question doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but okay. And they knew. I think the ex-girlfriend who was friends with my daughter showed up. Specialist. May have met her through a yoga class. The daughter, the ex-girlfriend, knew of him buying or selling, and knew that Lisa, being Jenny's sister, this was her concern, that Lisa be aware of him, whatever it was. And I have no memory. It was so long ago as to what it was, but I remember Lisa saying that she was warned, that didn't stop her from buying her house. But she didn't evidently see as part of his character back then. Or if she did, she ignored it. And earlier you mentioned that Lisa had expressed concerns of being involved in this triangle of jealousy. Tell me what you know about that. Well, she realized that the girlfriend knew that he was, when he would go to the barn, he'd be over talking to Lisa. And she didn't want to get involved in that because she didn't know this girl. And she said if she wouldn't be too impressed if she knew. I guess this girl was very possessive and jealous. Nature would appreciate him talking to her. Uh-huh. So she didn't want to get involved with that. I think that's basically why she just said no. And she was very honest in talking with him, this isn't right. Okay, leave me alone, or I'm ignoring you. But he didn't seem to. Every time I went by, he would wave and what have you. Tell me, sorry, go ahead. Or just tell me how you did. Or how did she describe the relationship with Gabriel Wortman? Was it a romantic one? Was it a friendship one? Tell me everything you can. Well, he sort of pushed the romantic aspect of it. She was receptive to it, I guess, to a degree. She realized that this was a bit overdone. And I think a little bit too fast for her, for what she knew about him. And then I think she realized that maybe they didn't have that much in common. She was a very philosophical person, so she would have figured him out. But she was available as a single divorced lady, so she was going to play the field too. Until I can't really pinpoint any particular incident that made it so that he had never done anything to her. I mean, he had been very cooperative as far as I was concerned. Again, the sewer backed up. He did all the work, never charged her. Huh. But she didn't know where the unintelligible was. So, had there been a romantic relationship between them? Well, now, I think he was interested, but she knew that he was a womanizer. Okay, tell me a little bit about that. That's all I know. Well, okay, because I think this is what came from the old girlfriend. Because I think this is what came through the old girlfriend. Oh, that other than that, I don't have any particular knowledge. Sir, I'm just going to scoot through my notes. You spoke quite a bit about the evening that all this took place, where you said that Lisa went out to fight the fire, told the kids to stay inside, and the little kids next came coming over. Tell me how you know all that. Ian told me, excuse me, pardon, that the children had been taken by my daughter-in-law. Oh, okay. The widow of my son. Okay. And it came from Dale? From the kids telling her of this happening. I don't know. Not Lisa. Maybe the kids would know. Did this happen after he shot Lisa, or Lisa was here, they were here? So imagine, maybe it would have come after. I don't know how much these kids saw, but they were left with these dead. As I understand, if the parents shot and they didn't know what to do, so they went where there was a haven next door. They also mentioned that the ex-girlfriend in Halifax had been contacted because Gabriel was supposedly on his way to possibly shoot her. Well, that's what I'm assuming. Who was warned? Was Maureen? Is that Maureen? Certainly doesn't sound like it from reading the ex-girlfriend's interview, because she's an interior paint design, I think, or something. But Leon is on CTV News right now. Right now, Leon is on CTV News. Well, that's what I'm assuming. Oh, that's hearsay. Well, these people, yep, they know. In the fact that because she called Jenny that morning, and I'm sort of wondering why she called Jen. Maybe to warn her that he was up to this and that Jenny might be on the list. Anyway, she knew. She has been contacted, I assume, by police at that point, and to go into hiding. Okay. And I don't know when he was on the Trans-Canada. This is where he was headed. I think they might have surmised that. I don't know how this girl in Halifax knew what was happening the night before. The authorities somebody must have knowledge that she existed. Uh-huh. I don't know. And of course, as you probably appreciate, John, we're really looking into hard into who Gabriel was and why he did the things that he did. Early on, you mentioned that he was a great conversationalist. Yes, he expand upon that if you can. He would, of course, from being a funeral director, he had that skill. He had that practice. He was just a great in a group. At a party, he would stand out as being able to talk about everything, knowledgeable, smart, nice looking man, well dressed, great appearance, and very, very personable. Okay. Not somebody that would stand around, let somebody else talk. He'd instigate the conversation. He would be very cordial. He was, in my observation, but I only met him once, or after that, waving to him as he went down the road. I'm not sure, maybe it sounds like he'd been inside the warehouse and the cabin, but maybe not. And he also mentioned that this was, you feel that this was planned well in advance, that he gathered all these materials. Well, I'm just getting that from the press. Okay. From gasoline and cars, etc., etc. Is there anything that we haven't asked you about, John, that you think would be very important for us to know about? I guess Gabriel and Lisa's relationship, insight into Gabriel? No. Lisa would find it very easy to have a conversation with a man. She had a brother-sister relationship, and she was very well educated, as you know, with 3 degrees. We have a very, very interesting conversation with a person without having to work at trying to think about what to talk about and what have you. I don't really know what their conversations were about, but she had said they had many conversations. She'd go over to the barn and he'd be playing around and they'd get into deep conversation, I suppose, about life in general. Now, one thing I am expecting you to ask, and I have no answer, but their sexual relationship. I don't know that. I don't think so. But fathers sometimes don't know these things. I don't know whether it reached that unintelligible stage. I could picture he was coming on strong, she said, mostly verbally. And she was saying, well, this isn't fair to the gal back at the house. But he wouldn't have very high respect for her. He would talk down to her. Where's he getting that from? Is it from the media? Well, quite obviously he didn't. But Lisa, I remember Lisa saying personal information. Of course, then he'd pay for it to look beautiful for him. And he'd mentioned to Lisa that thing. I think she said this girl was very jealous. And I met this girl one time, and I was there, and she had a great conversation. She was like walking. She came, stop in to say hello to Lisa and to me. Was very approachable. Naturally had to be because of her job. And seemed very normal. I didn't know her in that one visit. Tell me about what Lisa told you about him coming on strong. Well, see, I don't have, when they're that age, fathers don't pay much attention because it's not my responsibility. I remember thinking, and as I said, what warning she had about him. In my mind, it's not so clear as to why she was warned about him. But it won't be anything unusual for Lisa to have conversation no matter where she went. And philosophical conversation as it got deeper. I'm having a number of her quotes taken off and given to me, I presume off the phone. that she gleaned, again, coming from the cell phone expiration and the internet and the Facebook and what have you. But other than that, I don't have any facts that I could relate. Any details on the jealousy between girlfriend and Gabriel? Well, I know she said he would talk very negatively about her. Okay. And Lisa, I think, picked up on that. And that's not a very good thing if you do this to a woman that is living with you. Uh-huh. But he spoke of her as being sort of hired help more than anything. But he was willing to keep her around. And this girl, though she had gold mine, I guess she did have, because blank, redacted, and everything that he was able to do for her. And her job was to take the names of people, and when they came over to have dentures made, type of thing. And he was great with older people. And I had been reading, a lot of people. And if they couldn't pay, he didn't really push it. Now that's hearsay. He probably got more than I have. Therefore, he was very much appreciated. And anything that I have read, I have seen many elderly people or many people who, having dentures made by him, talking negatively about him. Haven't seen that in the paper or heard anything. I never heard it. Of course, it's the worst that's ever happened. But there are more stories out there by myself. I don't know what is true and what isn't. Didn't he say earlier that he had the teeth made by him too? And that's the problem you people going to have in terms of fact and fiction. This is not a mistake, by the way. The media literally polluting people's minds with narrative. And then an interview conducted with the father or other people like John Hudson's interviews now poofed as well. You do interviews with people late, you pollute their minds. Right? Brenda's just spoken at this point in time that this interview is being conducted. So he's got that fresh in his mind. One moment. And he's totally right. 100% right. The disinformation that has been sown out there is unbelievable. On purpose, though. This is not a mistake. This is built to confuse. So people can never know. Well, we'll probably never know the answer. You had no active role in that at all, did you now? Give me a fucking break. And that's what the problem you're going to have fact or fiction, because every time something like this is told, there is an added fact. And I'm thinking, well, is that the truth? I don't know. And it's up to you. You're trying to find out. Absolutely. But I'm not much help today. Because I'm not talking negatively. About who? The suspect? And I don't have any numbers parked when somebody, if I said that I did an interview and I said that I didn't have anything negative to say, well, I'd be lying because I didn't. Well, that's words. Just the truth. The good, the bad, yeah. Or the ugly. Doesn't matter. Yeah. We just collect it all. Yes. And it makes it all harder. I can't argue. He did what he did. Yeah. Yeah. And it takes a psychologist or a sociologist to look up the terminology. I'm hearing sorts of definitions, of course, because you have the media who is not qualified saying shit. He's a psycho. Eh? You're not qualified. You can't speak on that. Gets in people all kinds of legal trouble when you start saying things like that. Well, it's much more dangerous when dressed in sheep's clothing than dressed as a wolf. I know. Makes you realize how people can be two-sided. Huh. Anything, Ben? Just to clarify, that drive-by they did for the blank, was that the same day that Lisa called you about the groceries, or was that the week prior? Same day. Same day. Yes. Okay. Either she wanted to see my reaction or hear my reaction. Okay. And she hadn't been in for groceries only once. This is $400 order. So she had spent plenty. If there are any germs on it, that she would plop them down there at the summer cottage, which would be empty. So they could die off before they brought them to her own house. I just want to clarify, like on the same topic. Your birthday is on blank. Yes. But you were talking to her. Did this drive-by happen on your birthday? It would have happened on a Saturday. No, a Saturday. It was a week before. No, it didn't. It was on a Saturday. Okay. The week before was the actual date, because I can't keep track of all these deaths. Her death happened when? Personal information redaction. But it was it was a Saturday. Yes. Because we had information that you had spoken. I believe it had analyzed that either phone records for Lisa, or actually analyzed her phone. It looked like she had talked to you just prior to all this happening. Yes, she did. Okay, that's true. And you say you believe that the drive-by blank, your birthday would have been blank. Does that jive with what you have? Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Just, no, that's not. Is there anything else, Ben? Just in your conversation with Gabriel, did he ever talk about the police? No, I have no memory of it. No. And I'm reading that he had no respect for the police. Or was he building show cars to honor fallen soldiers? Fallen officers. Different people just take different things, but they threw it all out. But that never came out. There was a very sophisticated conversation about my background, inquiring about me, about life in general. Nothing about him per se. Did you see any of the police cars that he had? No. This would have been long before, I think. Long before he went on this direction. Because those police cars, well, you would know, date-wise, I think they were accumulated in the last several years. This meeting with him would have been a number of years after she moved in, a number of years ago. So is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement, John, before I turn off the recorder? Not that I can think of, unless you have No, I think we've covered a lot in half an hour, or sorry, in an hour. So if you can think of anything else to add, I'm just going to turn the recorder off. It's 10:35. Now, interesting to note, of course, this interview is conducted, like I said, the end of May 22nd, right? Okay, so, and it's with Ben Kershaw. And yet Ben Kershaw interviewed April 28th, Ruth James, who had quite a lot to say. Again, this is not pointing fingers, but has quite a lot to say about Leon. Why is it that Ben Kershaw, knowing this information, asks not one question about Leon? I think it's interesting that topic didn't even get touched on a little bit. Now, maybe I should do possibly Jenny, and possibly Miriam. Let's do Miriam. Might as well go. Good to have all the stuff. I feel quite badly about Miriam's. If she ever watches, or somebody who knows her, I do want that to be known. I feel quite badly for your husband. I have a lot of respect for Doug. I have a lot of respect for what the system does to people. Anyway, Miriam Louise Cleo taken the next day after Ruth James. Okay, with Burris and Murphy. Okay, so we do have a crossover again with Burris here, right? I believe Burris was Burris involved in the? No, sadly not. It was Parsons and Kershaw. Okay. Also present, Ian Murphy. Excuse me. Dale Burris, Constable Ian Murphy, RCMP Major Crimes Unit. Today is the 29th of April, 2020. Currently 2:52. We're here with Miriam. Sorry, what's your last name again? Okay. Right. Maybe they don't know her. Cleo. And as you know, Miriam, you don't mind if I call you Miriam? Nope. Inaudible. We're here investigating the homicides that took place April 18 and 19 in East Hants, Colchester County. Through our investigation, we learned that you may have some information that which would be important for us to know about the investigation, for our investigation. What I'd like you to do is go back to the beginning. Tell me everything you know. Every little detail matters. Don't leave anything out. After my husband passed away in 2012, the following year, I bought a cottage over in Portapique. So it's 2013. And kind of as a different setting. It wasn't long after I started going there that I met Lisa McCauley. Uh, Became instant friends with her. Met the other folks at a couple bonfires I had gone to and things like that. Lisa became myself or herself proclaimed property manager. The cottage is an Airbnb. So we talked a lot through the years, just about, the people in the area and things like that. Gabriel's name came up quite often. He helped her out quite a bit around her place. He plowed her garden and household repairs. She was a single mother. A few times in the winter when we were over, and he plowed the driveway for me because the regular guy wasn't able to get in. And a couple of barbecues or the bonfires that I attended over there, I didn't stay long at them. One thing I did learn from my husband is that there's happy drunks and then there's drunks that you don't want to be around. And the latter with some of the A-type personalities over there, Bjorn, Leon, Gabriel. Alphas. Anyway, Lisa and I, like I said, talk frequently, and she and Gabriel were good friends up until his girlfriend, who also, her name was Lisa, if it's the same one, had quite an issue with Lisa and Gabriel being friends, and made no bones about it. Was very verbal, telling Lisa to stay away from him. And, I don't know, just odd. Very controlled. Anyway, that kind of ended any type of work that he did around the house for her and stuff like that. She dated Leon for a while and was happier than I'd ever seen her. And then something snapped with him just before school year started. He broke it off with her. He got very aggressive towards her. Personal information. Redaction. Now I go back on my memory and trying to think, did she say he was redacted? This and that. So when all this started, cause my phone started at 4 o'clock in the morning because I know folks in the RCMP. What does Miriam do? Ryan, my buddy, works with radio workshop. He's terrified I'm at the cottage. I instantly redaction. No question. And Lisa's mother, Ruth. Okay. Not Ruth, but fair enough. And other ladies I've met through this whole nightmare, everybody assumed blank. Everybody assumed blank. What was it again that Ruth was mentioning in her? Anyway, my thing is that I mentioned to Don Matthews. Don Matthews, of course, another RCMP officer. Shortly after all this started, that there were 2 times that I met Gabriel, and I hate even using his name. Do people know him or do they not know him? He's having get-togethers all the time, or nobody knows his last name. Nobody's ever really seen him. Some people have never even seen him. Anyway, and one time was he plowed the driveway for us, as I mentioned, and I tried to pay him, and he wouldn't accept any payment. I thought he was money hungry. Okay. So I went into Bass River, bought a case of beer, took it over to his garage there, and again, growing up in the RCMP and being married, that's because her father and her ex-husband, or I don't know how you refer to that, her deceased husband and stuff, you remember things. And the thing that jumped out to me about his garage was the paint, and he had replica motorcycles all around the top of his garage. So as soon as I saw that picture of the police car, I called my dad, and I was like, that's his garage. Like, there's an effing police car in this guy's garage. Never saw a police car, but now I've come to find out my neighbors were aware of it for months and things like that. I guess she just didn't know. The one thing I will say, she didn't live there though, so fair enough, that Lisa did mention about him is that she knew he had weapons, which made her very, very uncomfortable. He made no bones, apparently, about talking, never a word to me or the other member that has a cottage over there, Mallory Colpitts, okay, police in Portapique, living or residents in Portapique. It's not as though they're not around in that Orchard Beach villas. But people were aware he had weapons, and she was, single mom with kids, and so she was concerned about it and asked him not to talk about it and the kids and stuff. The second time that I met him, he came to the cottage because he was interested in starting an Airbnb, and he knew that my place was very successful. So he wanted to see what I did, how it worked. So he came over, I walked him through it. We talked about, he was a denturist, talked about teeth, blah, blah, blah. Boring stuff. But the thing that struck me about the conversation was, number one, never stop talking about himself. And secondly, he was quite interested in what I did a living before I bought the cottage. And I said I was just a public servant, but he talked about security cameras. He said, you really should get security cameras for this place. He apparently was promoting security cameras, or he sold them, and went on to say that security cameras all throughout his house, all over his barn. And I said, well, I don't see the necessity for that. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere, and the people that come to rent my cottage are vetted by Airbnb. So I don't think I need alarms. Well, this just happens that there are a lot of fucking people in Portapique that have cameras. So, hey. And he went on to tell me about all the alarms, security cameras that he had through the woods, pointing in different areas. Okay, I'm aware of 2 cameras that were recovered, I believe, from the FIS search. So, I'm not sure about all of the cameras, but anyway, for what you know, and who's to say they are his. I asked why, and he said because he had a lot of heavy equipment and things in his, I'm going to call it his garage, because I don't know what else to call it. But he had a lot of heavy equipment, a lot of stuff worth money because he had a lot of money. So he needed to protect his assets. Sounds kind of reasonable. Banks have cameras. Walmart has cameras. Lots of people have cameras. You have things worth money? It's not really unusual. Then he went on to explain that now the ceiling in my cottage, it's pine like this, and in the ceiling there are small, and I'll call them rivets. I don't know what else they're like bolts that hold the pine up, and they look rustic, like nails on my floor. But he explained that he had cameras and he could install them in the ceiling through my cottage and in every room, where would hardly cost me a thing, and I could watch my tenants. And I said, well, that's illegal. Like, you can't do stuff like that. Would I want to do stuff like that? I don't believe actually is illegal, as long as you warn people, but okay. And he said, no, it gives you an added sense of security when you're able to watch and see what's going on inside. I thanked him and said, look, that's a little extreme and feels very invasive. Yeah, true. And it feels very wrong. So, any instinct I ever had with human beings, after that conversation, I thought, you are a person that I don't want to be anywhere around. So he was very, I don't want to say paranoid, because he came across as arrogant and narcissistic and loved himself. Paranoid, synonymous with arrogant or narcissistic. I'm not very great with English anymore. Maybe I'm being facetious, but nowhere in the same fucking league. And he loved himself. But yet, when he got talking about the cameras and the security stuff, I thought he just seemed paranoid for the area. Well, what about everybody else who has cameras down there? Like all the cameras. What is it? I have cameras all over the place and floodlights, says Bjorn. What about Mallory Colpitz, the other member down there? What about Deb Tebow, Peter Tebow? Are they paranoid? I think it's okay if you have cameras, but anyway. I do know that he and Bjorn and he and Leon, on separate occasions from conversations with Lisa, got into some pretty heated discussions, pretty heated arguments. He went on to an association meeting one day there. I think the meetings are, I'm a bit sketchy about the meeting. Code for the meeting. I think the code for meeting is party. One moment, please. I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be back in 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, sorry. Okay, now, is Jenny teaching yoga in Portapic yet? I have no idea. The comm number on this is 0008474. When was this first surfaced? Just out of mild curiosity. Give me a minute here. 8474. When did they decide to drop this one? First listed copy I have of it is July 15th. So it's been around for a while. Pretty heated arguments. We went to an association meeting one time there. Oh, must have a new bow. Because I have nothing. Sorry, one time there, and because nothing was being, I left because nothing was being accomplished. It was just alcohol, and the tempers started, and it wasn't a comfortable place. And Lisa was the same way. Lisa stopped going to them, especially after his girlfriend basically told her to stay far, far away. They rented my cottage, 2019-18. Just a second here, Lisa. His 50th birthday party was in 2018. Garden meetings. Over cleaning roads. On a barbecue with booze. Okay. So we had some communication back and forth. This was on. Then it was on. Was it? Sorry. Pardon me. My eyes. Then on, was it June 27th, June 29th? I got a message from Lisa basically saying, quote, didn't they rent the cottage for Sunday night? And I said, yeah. And she said, well, there's people there now. So I called her and kind of left her a message for her, what's going on? And then she wrote back, she said, hi, it's Lisa and Gabriel. Just wondering if we can rent it on Friday. So it gets murky. She's talking to Lisa McCulley, and then all of a sudden it's Lisa Banfield without any kind of transition. Instead of Sunday, can we rent it tonight and Saturday instead of Sunday? Well, they had the code. They were already in there, which bothered me a bit. Then I joked with her. They asked about another rental. Talked about how fantastic Lisa was. Presumably Lisa Cully. No officer tries to even straighten this out. And then, even though they're having problems on the radio, and I said to her, well, I owe Lisa a girls' night, so I may crash her peace and quiet, and I'll bring some wine. Can we join the party? And then she wrote back, yeah, that's not going to happen. It's a family party. Okay, so it appears to be between Lisa and Lisa. I think this is somewhere in the evidence records. I went, okay, it was a joke. Like, I had no intention, but it's kind of spoke volumes about her. She didn't appear to like it there. I mean, she walked around and on with headphones on and said how much she hated it here. Hated it there. Sorry. How much she hated it. Okay. Look, it just keeps coming through. And everybody had dogs, and if they were so backwoods and stuff. So I don't know. They were just a very, very odd couple. What the fuck is it with odd? I'm going to ban this word. You have to have like good justification, I think. But anyway, yeah, the security cameras and stuff just kind of creeped me out. But anyway, I talked to her Saturday morning. There's another individual whose name I passed. I just got to grab my water. Another individual whose name I passed on. That would have been the last person that Lisa spoke to, I believe because of the party that was going on and the bonfire, that she encouraged Lisa to call the police. Okay, so that's Ruth. The party going on. I thought it was an internet party. Maybe that's why there was no record. Just to have them come and shut down. I mean, it's a small community. I probably wouldn't call the RCMP if my neighbors had a bonfire. I'd go, yeah, okay. Well, stupid, but I'm not gonna go. And anyway, it's confusing and it's very strange. Okay, so get you lost and stuff. Senseless. So that's about my only interactions with him. I'm shocked people knew that he had a replica police car. But I guess maybe that's because I grew up with my dad as a staff sergeant. And then, I've kind of hinted at this shit before. And then I worked with the RCMP, and then my husband was with the RCMP. Well, like, I go, gee, I think I'm going to let someone know because this doesn't feel right. But thank you. You're welcome. And you mentioned we're just going to go back and cover a few things. Yeah. After you mentioned you met Lisa McCulley, you went on to meet other folks. Tell me about these other folks that you would know down there. We met the Blairs at the bonfire that we went to. It was at Bjorn's. His wife, sorry, I don't remember her name. Lisa invited us to come over because I hadn't met a lot of people down there. So she came over, and they're going to do the association thing. So it was quite enjoyable. Talking about roads, right? Quite enjoyable. Yeah, it's nothing to do with roads. Now, what Lisa is she speaking of? I guess Lisa McCulley? Aaron was there. And Emily and Jolene. They seemed like a great family. What impressed me at the time was Emily was probably 16, 15, maybe going 16. And it really struck me that here she is, like sitting on her mom's lap, talking with all the adults. You know. Then she'd go over and sit on the ground by her dad and talk. And I mean, he talked. Aaron talked a lot about his past, that he'd been in trouble and stuff. But then he met Jolene. They seemed like a really, really close family. His daughter idolized her parents. Now, that's not my understanding at all of Aaron. He didn't like to talk about. He didn't want anybody to know anything about anything. He liked to be off the radar, like hardcore. So I find it strange, and I'm not the only one, and there isn't just two, that he would just sit around and talk about his past. I think it's even in Halifax, damn, from that strange book. What is it? Oh, yeah, this thing. Anyway, moving along. Odd. Maybe it just felt very open. And their house was amazing because it was just bits and pieces and stuff. an old stove was there for years and stuff. Bjorn, when I met him, I don't know whether it was because of the language, and I'll say barrier, but it wasn't really a barrier because he speaks English. And if I picked 10 people I'd want to hang out with, and have a barbecue or a meal with, I thought this was an association meeting. That's right. Anything to do with that. Or, sit down and openly talk. He would close to the bottom of the list. I felt uncomfortable around him. I don't know why. I consider myself a good judge of character. I'll find out. I find him he's a little arrogant. Again, but he loves himself. He loves who he is. And, he's our self-proclaimed mayor in Orchard Beach now and stuff. And I'm bothered that, like, after I found out that what was going on, and I got up and I called my dad at 4:00 in the morning, I said, something's going on at the cottage. And I said, I know something's happened to Lisa. And Dad said, speak of the devil. Dad said, no, sweetie. She's probably fine. You spoke. She went to my cottage Saturday morning. She washed all the quilts. We could smell fresh when I came back. And I wasn't going there because we weren't supposed to. Because Lisa McCauley's son, I believe this is his son, was personal information. And that's where our extra food was stored. At the groceries, right? I still got to deal with that. And that was her haven. She'd grab a bottle of wine, go over, listen to music. And the kids would play in the yard. Then they go back to the house, like on blank, whatever, for blank's daughter's birthday. She told her that she was taking her to an Airbnb. So they pulled out of their driveway, turned right onto Portapique Crescent, and pulled into my driveway. And the daughter said, this is Miriam's place. But they had a great time. Like, that's Lisa. Like, she's just, amazing. But so I started texting her. I tried calling her and texting her. And it's like, no, she's probably left her phone upstairs. She's protecting her kids. Don't. But you already know. So, of course, all that shit's going to show up in the celebrates, right? So I finally I went onto her Facebook, got Bjorn's name, send him a message on Facebook. And everybody reacts differently in grief. And I understand that because of what I went through with Doug. And again, my honest, heartfelt condolences on that. I can only imagine, though I'm familiar with the same sorts of things. You have my sincerest condolences, ma'am. But when I sent him this message and all that stuff's going on, and I said, is Lisa okay? And he just wrote, she's passed, P-A-S-T. And I'm like, what? Dave Pike, who you may or may not know, is a member. He worked with my dad, and I worked with him. Once he heard a member had passed away, and he knew where my cottage was, he sent me a message. His wife sent me Kathy sent me a message on Facebook and said, do we know who the member is? And I said, yes, call me blank. Because I'm not going to say, yeah, it was, yeah. You know, you don't do that. That's abnormal. She's passed. So when my boyfriend called, because Ryan, my buddy, called to make sure I was okay. Okay, now Ryan phone. What time did Ryan call? Was it in the morning? So if this is going in chronological order, because Heidi is the person who's deceased, and then Arthur called Bjorn. Not sure who Arthur is, possibly her boyfriend. Called Bjorn on Facebook, and he's just talking about, like, he says, yeah, like he shot like, first inaudible. He said he shot her through the door. He shot Lisa. Shot her through the door. Well, that would be Jamie, right? Would like to know what time this is. And Arthur said, like, is she okay? No, she's dead. She's dead. And I mean, Arthur knew her well. So, I mean, he's upset. And then he said, are the kids okay? And he said, oh, the kids have gone to the hospital. And Arthur said, what happened? He said, I don't know. I wasn't standing beside him. And that was like, you weren't standing. And then he goes on to talk about everybody else that was killed. Like, it was like you're killing chickens or something like that. It just, I found his mannerism, and it still bothers me. It just seems weird. And again, that could be shock. That could be anything, but it just, and now, like our Orchard Beach Association thing, he's getting cards addressed to the mayor, and he's, he wants to put up a gate on the road. Remember all that? Don't come down the road. Don't come down the road. What time was this at? Kid's still in the hospital by the sounds of it. Yet there's been a member shot and killed. And Bjorn knows everybody that's dead. Anyway, like, I just, it seems abnormal to me. It doesn't sit well. It doesn't sit well with me because of what I knew about the relationship that he and Gabriel had with Bjorn, and the relationship, the headbutting and the wrestling between Bjorn and Gabriel to be the, president of the association. Like, who gives a fuck? I mean, really, it just bothers me, every facet of my being, that I don't wish Bjorn or Leon any ill will, but it makes no sense to me why those two, before Lisa, before the Blairs, like, it makes no sense to me, but I'm not doing the investigation. I didn't delve into. They were people that, okay, we had a couple of bonfires, but when I went to the cottage, I'm going to take a bottle of wine. I'm going to sit out on my deck and let my dogs run around the yard. I don't want to go and hang out with a bunch of angry, drunk people. It's not my thing. I need positivity in my life. And and that's why Lisa backed off from them too. I don't know. So you talk about the situation where Gabriel is doing things for Lisa. Yep. And tell me everything you know about their relationship in greater detail. So you obviously Gabe's girlfriend Lisa, Banfield, I believe it is. Yep. There's issues there. Tell me everything you know about Lisa McCulley's relationship with Gabriel. Every little detail matters. Don't leave anything out. Okay. Like I said, they were friends. Lisa's husband, ex-husband, the children's father, lived in Ontario. Gabriel was always helping her. I don't think. Anyway, I'm not going to go there today. If she needed, like her front steps needed to be fixed, he'd come over and help. He had a backhoe, I think, or something to till up the garden. He'd come over and do the garden for her. Household repairs, he'd help her with household things. They were friends, yes, and they had drunken sex one night as well. Not that I even want to go anywhere into this. Like, who cares? But I mean, Jesus. But as far as romantic relationship, not to my knowledge, I knew about sounds cheap, the drunk sex night. Like, why are you going on about it then? Move along. I mean, it was just a matter that they were working on the house doing stuff. I think they were working on the house doing stuff. Sat out on the deck and had some beer. It just happened basically that both said, yeah, this is a good way to ruin a friendship. So that was that. I don't know what happened between Lisa McCulley and Lisa Banfield. They were working on the house. So what? Is that Lisa Banfield and Wortman? I do know that it was uncomfortable when they rented the cottage because she didn't want to deal with Lisa McCulley. Like, come on. Somebody's just got to tell these people, stop with the Lisa. No. Last name, thank you. And it's very well, like the second time they wanted it, it's like, I'm in Cuba. So if you want to talk to Lisa to see if it's available, talk to Lisa. I'm in Cuba. But I mean, there was times, and again, Ruth, when whoever talked to her, that's going to fill that in so many pieces of the puzzle. But like she came over to Lisa at one point. Lisa and Gabriel were standing at the end of the driveway, and they were just because Lisa had a fence, like a country fence kind of thing, and Lisa was out working in the garden, and the children were out playing. And Gabriel came along in his four-wheeler, 4x4. It was what they called 4x4, and he stopped to talk to her, got out, and they were both, I remember she said they were both leaning against the fence, and then all of a sudden Lisa said the girlfriend came flying out of the driveway where his garage would have been. And I remember it specifically because Lisa McCulley was shocked what she said to her. Well, we also laughed about it because she said, I mean, it's a country road. It's mucky. It's dirty. And she came out in her high heel boots. And, Lisa said her blank and stuff. But anyway, justifications. Gonna have a hard time. Disclosure analysts. She came out, and Lisa said she came right up to her, and she was just cursing and screaming at her to stay away from Gabriel. He's my boyfriend. Stay away. And I guess Gabriel tried to say something to her, and then just off he went in the four-wheeler thing. But Lisa said after that, very controlled. Seems very beaten down here. But Lisa said after that, like if she was out in the front yard or working in the gardens by the fence, because I guess she used to walk a lot, she'd have her headphones on and she'd walk by and like just glare at Lisa. Lisa would glare at Lisa. Okay, so Lisa Banfield glaring at Lisa McCulley. And then whoever she's talking to, she'd be saying, oh, yeah, no, she's out here doing her country girl thing in the garden. You know, just so. And Lisa could never understand what she did to this woman for her to hate her so much. And that's what it was. It just a spiteful. But, and then it just got to a point where she said, I just acknowledge them and stay away kind of thing. Stay away from them. Okay. Not sure. Gabriel and Lisa McCulley staying away from each other in terms of friendship. Does the drunken sex thing between Lisa McCulley and Gabriel, tell me when approximately that would have been? Oh my God, I'm going to say about 3 years ago, maybe. Okay. Again, is it relevance? Or is it just salacious shit to try to mislead people? People love sex. I honestly, to God, don't know. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, Ruth, when you get to talk to this Ruth lady, who's her mother, but not really. I don't know what the fuck Cleo is talking about. Maybe she doesn't know. There's cause, when we talk, I said, she said, I keep waiting for the RCMP to call me, but nobody's called me. And I said, well, she said, if they have Lisa's phone, they'll see all the messages. And I said, but you don't know if they have Lisa's phone. Oh, come on, you're in the RCMP. Of course they do. So I said, you need to call. So I called Don Matthews, okay, RCMP Don Matthews, and just said, like, where am I going to get her to call? Like, does she call Major Crime? Does she call Bible Hill? So he gave me the, phone number to have her call. And she, like I said, she would have been the last one to talk to Lisa. And she would have many more of those details. How do you know that she's the last one? How do you know that? I suspect the 911 operator was the last person to speak to her. How did, I guess, Gabriel and Lisa McCulley handle this, I guess, liaison after they decided to go their separate ways? Or they did inaudible after the sex episode? Jesus, move along. Just how was the relationship after that? I remember Lisa saying it felt awkward, but they just kind of laughed at it because it's just like she said, it was just stupid. It was just stupid that thing happened, but it happened. They're both lonely. I don't know whether he was broken up with Lisa at that point because they're seeming on and off again with the neighbors. I don't know. I had no idea. I don't know whether he told her about the episode, but that's why suddenly the hate came on for Lisa. From Lisa. I don't know. I think he still would have been a raging idiot to tell his girlfriend. It's not like he had, you know what I mean. It's not like he had a 6-month affair. He screwed up. 6 months. There's a number to pick up. 6 months. Okay. Yeah, but hey, I don't know. I mean, to each his own right. So I understand it was one-time thing. That's all I'm aware of. Yep. Any issues other than that? Between the two Lisas, I guess. No, just that things became sort of awkward because I know that was what we're talking. A couple of weeks ago, I told her we're starting a greenhouse, hence all the plants everywhere. Plants. Mm-hmm. We're going to build a greenhouse. And then she asked basically if Arthur would be interested in building her a greenhouse. I'm not sure who Arthur is, but is that her boyfriend? I don't know. She said, because I can't find it now, may have been a phone call, because for the last while, any handyman projects, she said, I'm just staying away from, because the issue with Gabriel. And then she dated Leon, and then he went blank on her. So, like, quote, can Arthur come over and fix the leak in the roof? Can Arthur come over? And it's like the next time when all the shit's over with like this COVID stuff, I said, make a list. Make a list. Ping. And we'll come over and, we'll help you out with whatever you need done. You want a greenhouse, tell us what you want. You need repairs done, let us know. We'll pick up the stuff and we'll come over and do it. And you mentioned earlier about meeting Gabriel on 2 occasions. 2 occasions. You talked about being at the garage. Yep. You mentioned yellow paint. Yep. Tell me everything about what you observed when you were in that garage. Well, the yellow jumped out at me because it's a happy, bright color. Yeah. Like all of the shelves were painted. I remember a counter. There was cupboards. It was big. Cupboards underneath with, with sliding doors. Drawers with nuts and bolts. Garage stuff. And I remember because Doug was an avid motorcyclist and always wanted a Harley, he had shelves built up on top of those yellow shelves. I don't know, maybe a foot, 18 inches long. Mm-hmm. And he had replica motorcycles. I remember that's what I noticed. And he said he liked collecting and replicating bikes and that, things like that. Did they jump out as RCMP bikes? What? Where's that coming from? No. And I think I would have noticed that because I have little police cars. And I think I would have noticed that. There was no vehicle in there. And maybe what do you call those things? A rototiller and, equipment and stuff like that. But there was no vehicle. Just, like I said, a big empty place. There was no police car? Oh, Christ. No. Okay. No. You only became aware of it after the fact? Yeah. No, I guarantee you, if I walked into anyone's garage, like my neighbor blank, Dwayne, he's ex-military, blank. If I went into their garage and he was building a tank or a military vehicle, I'd go, wow, what are you going to use that for? And then I'd come and I'd call the detachment and I'd say, look, just a heads up, it could be nothing. Like, it doesn't look like a tank, but he's building a tank. But is that my background? Is that because I don't know? But I think common sense people, if people, like, I can't believe that he had police cars parked beside his dental office and nobody, makes no sense. Do me. Okay. And also mentioned that Lisa had talked to you about Gabe having weapons. Tell me everything that she told you. Every little detail matters. It's a general conversation. Again, I think it was after things became uncomfortable with the girlfriend and stuff, she talked about his obsessive, jealous nature with her. Like, just, and they had become pretty explosive arguments and things like that. Nothing physical, nothing that I have never, but again, that's nothing, that's not something obviously that he would tell Lisa. But she mentioned that it concerned her that he had weapons. At one point, I guess, the son was probably spending time with Gabriel, whether it be on his four-wheeler. I don't know what they called. Anyways, you know what I mean. Hates children, right? Of course. Hates children. Just like he has the child psychology degree. Makes a lot of sense here. So she's only met Lisa. So how is she knowing about the explosive arguments and stuff? Pretty explosive arguments and stuff like that. Must be that rumor mill or something. Or maybe she learned it from the paper. Or her RCMP friends. I don't know. And he was friends with the son and the daughter and stuff. And it concerned her to think, biggest part that she knew there were weapons there. I don't think she knew what type. I think he could talk about having guns, and you would know that would be something that she would say. It just concerns me that there's weapons there. She would take it from the aspect of her son being over there and coming across a gun, or somebody breaking in and getting a hold of the weapon. I know that's what her mindset was. Do I think that she ever knew what type of weapons? I doubt it. Okay. I truly believe if she did, she would have said something. She would have said something, inaudible. Or called someone. You talked about the explosive arguments. It's just clear. Who's having these explosive arguments? She mentioned that Gabriel, and Lisa had some pretty explosive. Are we talking like screaming matches? But are we talking about Lisa McCulley or Lisa Banfield? No, Lisa Banfield. Okay. Lisa Banfield and Gabriel Wortman had explosive arguments? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Like she said, you'd hear them screaming at each other and stuff? Okay. So Lisa McCauley says that Lisa Banfield and Gabriel Wortman were having screaming matches. Or said. Now, whether she actually, she wouldn't have actually witnessed them. She would have left. When they were together, she wasn't anywhere near anyways, because it was just too uncomfortable. But I do remember her saying that he was insanely jealous around anyone around this woman. But it seemed like, from what Lisa said, that she was exactly the same way, at least with Lisa McCulley. I don't know if she was like that with other people or not. I don't know. Okay, I'm not hearing anything about this elsewhere. Interesting. So, if I understand correctly, that's on the Lisa Banfield side, not the Gabriel side. This jealousy, or I think both Gabriel. Okay. He had horrific jealousy with his girlfriend, and the girlfriend was incredibly jealous of Lisa McCauley because they were friends. Why aren't you using a name here? Okay. Did she know that there had an encounter? I don't know. I don't know. And you talked about those heated arguments with Leon and Bjorn and Gabe, and you mentioned alcohol. Maybe you could talk about Gabriel's alcohol use. I can't speak to that. My observation of the time was that I was in the vicinity when they were supposed to be at an association meeting. Okay, so what did somebody put 23 water. Cares, they're just fucking with things. Is that garden parties? Road meetings. Oh, it's just like they couldn't agree on anything. It was just more the more they drank, the more angry they got, and the more loud they got. Jesus, sounds like a hell of a meeting about garbage dumpsters. And it's like, this is accomplishing nothing. So on that one occasion, I left. The night we had the bonfire where I met the Tucks and the Blairs, and it seemed fine. Everyone was having a good time, especially Bjorn. Was this the meeting about the road again? Emily's there about the road, right? I just you can tell when people drink, and like Aaron Tuck, he was happy drunk. Like he's Cape Breton. Like the more he drank, the more funny. Yeah, okay, moving along. Not to downplay. I like the facts. Let's stay. You want to tell stories, go somewhere else. But then on the other side of things, you got Leon and Bjorn who are drinking blank. What the fuck is personal about drinking? What is that? What's personal about that? Drinking to the point of getting shit-faced, and that's personal? You can't show that? What's the problem? You feel it. So after, like, gold, this is fucking garbage, man. These people it's gonna be a nightmare for the disclosure people. After that, I didn't bother. I just became, like Doug used to say, there are types of people, you go to a function, you have to drink with them, you leave. And then there's other people, you go to a function, you have a few drinks, and you really enjoy yourself. I think people need to lay off the booze, like big time. Happy drunk, angry drunk. This is rental cottage back in 2018. Now you said that was for Gabe's 50th birthday. Yeah. And can you tell me what you know about the people who would have been up there? His family. She wanted it for overflow for his family. I don't know any of them. She made it very clear for me not to come around. Okay, which I found weird. So Lisa McCauley's not supposed to be there. Cleo is not supposed. Miriam Cleo is not supposed to be there. You also mentioned Miriam, this Ruth. Yes, tell me who Ruth is. Ruth, I don't know her from a hole in the wall. Well, until Lisa passed away, and her name is Ruth Polly Jones, I think. Yeah, Ruth Polly Janes. I don't talk to her until after Lisa passed away. I didn't talk to her. My apologies. And I think it was because I posted something on Lisa's Facebook page, and then she sent me a messenger kind of uh, asking. She said, "Oh, I know what it was." She said, "Are you the lady who Lisa cleaned?" I'm sorry, we've talked a lot. Yeah, are you the lady who's has the cottage that Lisa cleaned? And then we went on to say, you know how much Lisa loved me and how much she enjoyed it there and the solitude and this and that. One thing that she did say to me, which I didn't know, but in the conversation, how she knew Lisa was Vern. Okay, that's personal. Yeah. So I don't know whether Lisa's husband, you've already mentioned his name, so that's, I believe you have. Personal information, elsewhere. Personal information, what? Or something. Anyways, she was personal information. Right, okay, making a lot of sense here, making a lot of sense. And they just really had gotten to know each other and they really connected. And yeah, she said, "Hey, is that your cottage Lisa cleaned?" She said, "I spoke daily. She adored you. I hope to see them soon, her parents or the kids." She talked about how good the kids are doing, and hopefully she'll be able to go over there sometime. You don't know anything if Ruth has reached out to the police about what inaudible. She has, yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Well, she just did the interview. Yeah. She's very concerned about Lisa's phone because she said the kids would really like to have the phone. And she said, I'm surprised. I'm surprised the RCMP hasn't contacted me. She's got to have the press conference. And we can't assume that they have Lisa's phone. Gabriel could have had Lisa's phone. Sure. We don't know. And then she talked about speaking with Lisa. I think she said shortly before 10 o'clock or something. And Lisa was upset because she was trying to get her son to bed. And she said, those friggin' idiots all next door. They're racing up and down the road on their four-wheelers and drinking. They've been over there since 2 o'clock. Blah, blah, blah. Lisa's pissed off. Lisa's a very social person. She's been stuck in the house since before March break with her kids. And she's gone for groceries, once a month. And that was 2 Saturdays ago. And then she goes to my place, unloads the groceries, wash, and then she goes back to her house. And she knows she's going on, I'm finding this hard too. I'm trapped in my house. Oh, the poor people. But personal information, she's too careful. She's irritated with these people. Well, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, because they're like rubbing it in her face. So she said to Ruth, basically, I'm just going to take my son. His room, I think, was on the other side where the get together was. I'm just going to take my son and go to bed. Was Gabe one of the people that was irritating her on Saturday? Or I don't know. Okay. I don't know whoever was at the party. Okay. See, I cannot speak to that because I don't, it's hearsay. Okay. So she knows hearsay from not. Obviously. But she's told me, and it's not, from Ruth, inaudible. From Ruth, yeah. She's basically said something to the effect Lisa was irritated, was pissed off because they weren't supposed to be socializing. They're not supposed to be having a bonfire, for Christ's sakes. A bonfire. I mean, and yet here they are and stuff. So I mean, I think whoever talks to Ruth, she's has a lot of very relevant. She would be the last person to speak to Lisa. Again, how would you know that? There's a 911 phone call, so no, it's not the last person. So I don't know what I mean. You can surmise that Lisa's going outside, was getting into her car to take the kids. The house is on fire. I mean, I don't know. Wasn't there, sorry? You can surmise that Lisa was going outside to get into her car to take the kids. The house is on fire. Oh, well, that's kind of different, isn't it? I thought the kids were going to bed. I don't think I remember anything about the kids going to be taken. Lisa called the police. Lisa called 911. Who was it? Carol spoke to her, I think. I don't think, is O'Dear still in here? I can't remember who it is that spoke to her. Let's see if I've got that here in front of me. Just 1 minute. For that certainly looks like it. Somebody else remember who it is that? I don't remember off the top of my head. I believe the first name is Carol. It's in the logs. Who spoke to Lisa McCauley? Anyway, it's in there. Burris, yeah, but did you speak to her that Saturday morning? I spoke to her that Saturday morning, yeah, and it was regards to, she just sent me a text saying that she washed all the, okay, that's it, all the quilts and stuff like that. Okay. And then, we talked and she thanked us for not coming over, for And I mean, you can rationalize, well, the cottage is 45 minutes across to Portapique. We can take all our own stuff, but the direction is not to go to your cottage. So we didn't go to our cottage. And the fact that Lisa was using it as her second home. Yeah. I mean, my fridge is full of her food. My freezer is full of her food. And if she needed a break, she'd walk through the woods and walk over to my house and put on some music, dance all around by herself, hit lock, and go home again. Now, I think she was also going there, right, because she was afraid. So, did you have any questions, Ian? Inaudible. Is there anything that I haven't asked you, but you think it's important to this investigation? Anything that would be helpful? I'm blown away that his girlfriend survived this. So was the entire country. So you're not alone, Miriam. This is the first domestic violence I've ever heard of that the victim of the initial domestic violence survives. Please don't slip and gas. Be careful. No, I'm not going to put that handcuff on you because you asked me, and I'm going to go around and murder people, even though you wanted to stay with me. Logic? Garbage. I'm blown away. It doesn't sit right with me. I'm not victim shaming. I'm not saying anything. No, that's a totally valid point. How does she survive? I don't want anybody dead. This just doesn't make any sense, though. It's not, I mean, everybody, I have confidence in the members. Well, I would say that's, might be a little bit biased on this one, possibly. And everybody doing their jobs. Eventually, I know eventually, it doesn't have to sit well. It hasn't sat well with me from the get-go. And tell me why. Because if you're going to go and shoot your neighbors, set their houses on fire, kill random people because of a domestic dispute, or it makes no sense to me. That's not that he didn't start there. It makes no sense to me, but it doesn't need to make sense to me. Actually, it does. It needs to make sense to everybody, specifically the families. But I kind of hear those messages all the time. Don't worry, you don't need to know. It's okay. They'll never get the answer. It's okay. Just go away. No, not going away. Hi, how you doing? Right. That's something I'll play around with in my head. And it makes no sense to me why Bjorn and Leon weren't harmed. That is interesting. Why should they have been? Number one, their actions were interesting. Let's stay. Don't leave. Yeah, none of this does. Oh. Burris. It's firing on all cylinders. It makes no sense that people knew. Bjorn knew. He knew that he had a police car. Quote, he's been working on it for months, which you guys know already know. But I mean, like, I talked to Dawn Matthews and it's like, how? Oh, so I don't know where she's quoting from. Interesting. Has she got something sitting in front of her? Is she reading something that maybe she shouldn't have access to? Maybe she's part of the investigation. Who knows? How could people know that? But I mean, I talked to Dawn Matthews and it's like, how could people know that? I mean, did I not know because he knew that I had an affiliation or a connection with the force? I mean, Mallory, Janelle, I mean, she's got policing ties. Oh, certainly. She knew that he had unmarked cars. but not replica cars. It bothers me, according to, again, Ruth, that Leon was calling people first thing in the morning, talking, that she escaped, ran through the woods to Leon's house, according to what she said. Ran through the woods to Leon's house. She gets out of the handcuffs, escapes, hides in the woods all night with him. Okay. But then he's calling people, talking like, I don't know. It just doesn't sit. But that's me. You mentioned Mallory and Janelle. Mallory, I only know her as Mallory Janelle. It was Mallory Colbitz, right? I think that was her married name, Janelle. Her ex-husband, I believe, worked for Truro PD. Is that correct? She worked for Halifax. Not sure. He may have also lived in the area at the time. I knew Wortman at the time, when Wortman and Lisa Banfield did. So, does the ex-husband know anything? Oh, that's one person. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, right down there by the water, just right past the Cobequid. Just drive right on by. Oh, Cobequid. Yes, that is on the evacuation list. What are you talking about? No. In the morning, we'll just go right on by. Oh, Mallory, you need help? Oh yeah, okay, we'll get you out. Oh, is there a road that goes through here? What's this road called here that we're on? Oh, is that part of the evacuation list? Oh, let's go. Don't worry. Uh-huh. No. Okay, sorry, right down by the water. I think it might be her middle name, Mallory. Anyway, she has a cottage down there with the cameras, and she was she said lots of interesting stuff in her statement. And she talks about Leon. Frankly, a lot of people saying just things that raise massive amounts of questions that two people, I think, need to be seriously asked questions, at least in the Portapic area, would be Leon and Bjorn. Possibly Mrs. Sutherland also. So I think, frankly, she knew of Mr. Wortman quite well. At least she could shed some light as to who his character is. She had a cottage down there, but I guess she didn't want to do the interview. Yeah, right down by the water. She was there until she called 911. Right, what was that again? Oh, it's about 7 o'clock in the morning. Don't worry about that. It's okay. Nothing's going on. No shooting, no anything. Evacuation. Right. Guess nobody's looking at the board, or that's what they want people to believe. Because she called me as soon as she got out of there, and she was in her closet. That was a result of the phone call, I believe, with Bjorn. Lock and load. And then, according to her, she was to stay in the closet, and she basically said, well, screw that. I want out of here now. Like, she has an affiliation. I don't know if it's with RCMP or HRP. And again, I just met her through, I used to work with Mark Long, who was with the RCMP, and then went to HRP, and they were together. And then they broke up and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so maybe it's this Mark Long. My apologies. I don't know. I know her husband is also, ex-husband is police. I connect with a lot of people. I talk a lot, as you can tell. A lot of different police connections going on here. I may just want to clarify. You mentioned Gabe and Lisa McCulley were friends. Yep. Out Lisa Banfield has issues with that. With them being friends. So basically it ended. And then she dated Leon. That's Lisa McCauley dated Leon. Yep. Yep. Yeah. And then it was Leon that, oh yeah, redacted. What did Leon do? What did Leon do that was redacted? With he went right to, so that was Leon became, yeah, he just went like, you know, they're talking about moving in together and talking about moving in together. And they're, you know, every time I turn around, she's sending me pictures of them fishing out and how wonderful it is. Where's all these? Where was Lisa McCauley's phone again? The full celebrate on that with all those messages between Leon, Gabriel, Lisa McCauley. Because you want to do a full investigation, right? You want to figure out Gabriel's relationship with Lisa McCauley. She was scared of him, things like that. You want to have those things out there so you can disclose them. Oh. How wonderful he is. And next thing I know, she said he went weird. Like, doesn't want to see her anymore, you know. She's friends with too many guys. I can go back and find just weird. Okay. And Leon's name is Leon. Do you recall? Leon Chowdhury. Chowdhury. Okay. I hope I'm wrong. I'm not trying to paint a bad picture. And equally, I am not either. I just am just reading. But where are the questions? Like it said, it just doesn't feel right. Okay. If there's nothing else you can add to your statement, Miriam, I'll turn off the recording. Okay. And it's 1554. Or sorry, 1541. I do hope that they will go through and ask, hid in the woods all night with him. Halifax lateral to correction services. Oh yeah, the inaudible is such a, there are absolutely key times that the inaudible comes, really important ones. They're like, you know, they say a name, inaudible. I have the video CTV story about Leon and tomorrow's MCC session if you wanted, local brace cells. I would. I watched it. Interesting. I think it's first interview on TV since May 2020. From the very first community grapevine, it said it was party at Greg and Jamie's that night. Can't verify though. Well, it seems like a lot of other people are talking about it. So now I had some questions about that. So is that what we're talking about? The party? CTV. Let's see, maybe somebody sent it to me. Oh. I guess somebody's on the mailing list there. They knew about things that probably shouldn't know about. Now, oh, what's this? Sorry, Nikki Lewis sent me a message. I Why that part's not sticking out of my head. Yeah, the security cameras, Bjorn, Lisa McCauley connections, yeah. Pretty sure I read this out, Mallory's whole thing. I don't even have video named it. Not sure. She's got PTSD stuff. She's very big into the PTSD. Fight at the party? Anybody know? Who knows? Who knows? But some people can answer a lot of questions here. Leon was at Greg and Jamie's that day, right? He was there. Maybe he can answer questions. Why is it that some people said 8? What does that mean? I don't recall her investigation, and that would be Colford as the lead investigator. I don't recall that either. I'll go through that afterward because I'll have to dig through a bunch of things then. I do recall reading, I believe, the interview on a video already. I have no problem reading it again, but mind you, we've already been going on 5 hours. Let's see. And I absolutely do not want to paint Leon in a light that isn't him. This is why it's very beneficial for people where there are questions, of course, just get them out of the way and then move along. If the Mass Casualty Commission is preventing you from doing that, well, you can just say, I want to come. I'm sure nobody will stop you. I want to make sure that I play what... Oh, that's nice. That looks familiar, the thumbnail. Huh. It's weird because things end up in... What? Adult content. I don't have accounts with you bozos. Looks like a familiar thumbnail. That thumbnail. Must be something else. Things get posted elsewhere. It's interesting. I like people who share things around. Okay, so I don't have a link to Leon Starry. Maybe they just haven't put it on the internet yet. So what happened? I promise I will go through it. I promise I will go through it. Yes, there's always 2 sides to every story. Absolutely. Somewhere in the middle is probably going to lie the truth. It was on CTV Atlantic website. Okay. Let's try that. Okay. Escasoni. Really? That's That's new. Immigration. That's new. Okay, here we go. Interesting. Okay, we're going to get ads. Bollocks on the ads. Oh, or we're going to get spinny toilet circle. Okay. Now, okay, here. Okay. Okay.
Good evening. We've done a lot of reporting on the Nova Scotia mass shooting inquiry and how it has affected victims' families. Tonight, we have the story of one of the survivors of that horrible weekend in 2020. He hasn't received any support and remains haunted by what happened in his Portapique community. He told CTV's Heidi Petracek of his struggles 2 years on.
We turned left, and Greg and Jamie's house was the next one.
Leon Jodry's home is surrounded by terrible memories of the night his friends and neighbors just down the road were killed in Nova Scotia's mass shooting.
Living here is a complete nightmare. All I see is my friends that died and fires and SWAT teams, and I don't even want to be here anymore.
After the tragedy, Jodry spent 2 years living anywhere he could but here. But he had to return after unsuccessfully trying to sell his Portapique property, where the killer's common-law spouse ran to after hiding in the woods overnight, and Jodry called 911.
I'm the lucky one. I survived.
That was Jodry in 2020, a month after 22 people were murdered by Gabriel Wortman. His experience haunts him and has taken a toll.
I was taking stuff out on people and social media, and then the police picked me up one night and took me to the hospital, and that's where I spent the next month.
Jodry doesn't want to be here, but he's not sure what other choice he has left to manage most of this on his own.
Well, they kind of forgot about me. I fell through the cracks of the mental health system, and it was about 4 months before they did any follow-up or checks with me.
A number of them feel just forgotten about.
One of the lawyers representing families and survivors says they still need long-term help that really isn't there.
There are people who are survivors of the mass casualty event that are still having a hard time, that they're still not fully supported.
It's as big or bigger a struggle today as it was back then.
Tom Taggart was the municipal councillor for the Portapique area at the time of the tragedy. He says some residents who remained mourn the community they once had that will never be the same.
They were sort of over here. The focus was all on the inquiry, the RCMP, the victims, all that sort of thing. And these folks are quietly trying to rebuild their lives. It's not easy.
It's been hell.
It's been almost 2 years since Jodry was able to work. He wants nothing more than to leave, but says he can't afford to. Yet staying means he won't escape the past. Heidi Petracek, CTV News, Portapique, Nova Scotia.
Heidi joins us now in the Halifax studio. You really have to feel for Leon Jodry, Heidi. You've kept in touch with him since that April 2 years ago. What does he make of?
Odd how Heidi Petracek doesn't, or any of the media, does not want to speak to a person that lost 3 people that night. Half her family. Very interesting. They're neglecting that person. What the fuck? Oh, that's right. Remember the story that I started with today? Investigating? Where are these people? These people ought to be ashamed of themselves. You want to talk about somebody who fell through the cracks? Or was that intentional? Don't ask questions. Don't be a whistleblower. Don't do anything, because if you do that, what? they'll just run right over you. Sound familiar? To anybody who's been watching this channel since April 2020.
Of the mass shooting inquiry.
Well, it really has been a road of ups and downs for him and a difficult journey, as you saw. When it comes to the mass shooting inquiry, he did give them an interview to describe his experience. He did attend one of the sessions in Truro, but really for him, it's been difficult to listen to the evidence, to hear about the Mass Casualty Commission, and he's really not sure at all if it's going to result in any of the answers he and others have been looking for.
The inquiry, we know, is in its final stages. We're expecting it to release, what, more documents tomorrow?
Indeed. Public proceedings ended earlier this summer, but now there are going to be more documents entered into evidence. And in order to do that, the Mass Casualty Commission actually does have to reconvene a public proceeding. There are going to be a lot of documents presented into evidence dealing with a variety of topics that have been handled by the Mass Casualty Commission throughout its public proceedings this year. So a lot of information expected to come out of that, and that proceeding is being live webcast for both the media and the public.
Right. We know you'll bring us those tomorrow in the newscast here at 6. CTV's Heidi Petracek in.
I've been saying, watch for it. It ain't anywhere near over. I like that quote. I should play that from a song. It ain't over, motherfucker. It ain't anywhere near over. And the shit is only beginning to hit the fan. I assure you. It's going to get messy. Real messy. And there'll be a lot of reading. I suspect I may need some help in that department. Would be good to divvy up said documents. Just saying. Oh, but I said that far before last week. Far before. Now, what I didn't add. What? It ain't over. What date did I do that? $11 days ago? Right. Okay. Anyway. The media knows everything before the public does. Somebody got an email, right? What was that? I heard about that. Somebody got an email. Really? One has to ask why. How? We won't touch that one. Not sure what the purpose was, what their angle is, poor Leon. I'm not, I'm just, again, I'll just repeat what's being put down there. You guys are all up to your own judgments. Perhaps I won't go there. Hello, Grandma. Anyway, I do hope, of course, Leon wants to, they're going to have a special hearing, of course, have Leon and Bjorn until questions are exhausted. No cock and balls in the back rooms, like just open questions, like anybody wants to ask. Go ahead and ask whatever you want. EMA is important. It is. It is absolutely important. But funnily enough, this story equally has major ramifications for all Canadians. All of us. So does the emergency stuff. And it's not convenient that they're holding it simultaneously. Divide and conquer. All right. I guess that's 5 hours. Did my timer just reset on that? Oh, it was 5 hours and 45 minutes before. Now it's 5 hours and 10 minutes. Strange. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Okay, thank you very much for joining. I do hope that we can somehow organize to cut up documents, maybe work in small groups, teams or something, a couple people, and then that way verify what was written in there. Interesting to see what will come. So it's tomorrow, as the MCC announced. Okay, here. 11 a.m. Atlantic tomorrow. I don't watch these fools, so I don't know what they post. I don't want to hear what they have to say generally because it's not truth. No. So they say it's going to take less than an hour. Yeah, let's see what they have to say. I expect it's going to be quite a list. I'll bet they're writing their final report. Don't worry. It ain't over, motherfucker. God bless you all. God bless the 23. See you tomorrow.